Inglorious Empire. What the British Did to India. By Shashi Tharoor. Audiobook presented by the Learner's Library. Contents. Preface. 1. The looting of India. 2. Did the British give India political unity? Preface. This book, somewhat unusually, began as a speech. At the end of May 2013, I was invited by the Oxford Union to speak on the proposition, Britain owes reparations to her former colonies. Since I was already scheduled to speak at the Hay Festival of Literature later that week, I thought it might be pleasant to stop in Oxford on the way and debate there again, as I had once done, on behalf of the United Nations, a decade earlier. The event, in the Union's impressive wood-paneled premises, dating back to 1859, was a success, and I left pleased enough, but without giving the proceedings a second thought. In early July, however, the Union posted the debate on the web and sent me a video copy of my own speech. I promptly tweeted a link to it, and watched in astonishment as it went viral. Within hours, it was being downloaded and replicated on hundreds of sites, sent out on WhatsApp, and forwarded by email. One site swiftly crossed over 3 million views, others did not keep track but reported record numbers of hits. Right-wing critics of mine suspended their trolling of me on social media to hail my speech. The Speaker of the lower house of the Indian Parliament, the Lok Sabha, went out of her way to laud me at a function attended by the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, who then congratulated me for having said the right things at the right place. Schools and colleges played the speech to their students. One university, the Central University of Jammu, organized a day-long seminar at which eminent scholars addressed specific points I had raised. Hundreds of articles were written, for and against what I had said. For months, I kept meeting strangers who came up to me in public places to praise my Oxford speech. I was pleasantly surprised but also a bit perplexed. For one thing, though I had spoken well enough for my side to win the debate by a 2/3 majority of the audience, I knew I had made better speeches that had not acquired a tenth of the fan following this one had. For another, I honestly did not think I had said anything terribly new. My analysis of the iniquities of British colonialism was based on what I had read and studied since my childhood, and I thought the arguments I was making were so basic that they constituted what Americans would call Indian Nationalism 101, the foundational arguments that justified the Indian struggle for freedom from British rule. Similar things had been said by Indian nationalists in the late 19th century, and by Jawaharlal Nehru and a host of others in the 20th. Yet the fact that my speech struck such a chord with so many listeners suggested that what I considered basic was unfamiliar to many, perhaps most, educated Indians. They reacted as if I had opened their eyes, instead of merely reiterating what they had already known. It was this realization that prompted David Davidar to insist I convert my speech into a short book, something that could be read and digested by the layman but also be a valuable source of reference for students and others looking for the basic facts about India's experience with British colonialism. The moral urgency of explaining to today's Indians, and Britons, why colonialism was the horror it turned out to be could not be put aside. The book differs from the speech in some crucial respects. It is not about reparations, for one thing. My speech led up to that argument because that was the topic the Oxford Union had announced, not because I was personally wedded to the case for reparations. I was convinced about the wrongs inflicted on colonial subjects by the British Empire, but I suggested at the end of my speech that India should be content with a symbolic reparation of £1 a year, payable for 200 years to atone for 200 years of imperial rule. I felt that atonement was the point, a simple sorry would do as well, rather than cash. Indeed, the attempt by one Indian commentator, Minhaj Merchant, to compute what a fair sum of reparations would amount to, came up with a figure so astronomical, $3 trillion in today's money, that no one could ever reasonably be expected to pay it. The sum would be larger than Britain's entire GDP in 2013. This book is also not about British colonialism as a whole, but simply about India's experience of it. This is partially because discussing the entire history of British colonialism, as the speakers at the Oxford Union did, would have made for a huge and unwieldy book, but also because I simply don't know enough about it, whereas Indian history is a field I have delved into since my student days. I do not mean to discount the horrors of the British colonization of Africa or the monstrosity of the slave trade, for which reparations may well be justified. It is striking that when slavery was abolished, the British government paid compensation, not to the men and women so inhumanely pressed into bondage, but to their former owners, for their loss of property. There are others who can do justice to those issues. I hope I have done justice in this volume to the specific case of British rule in India. As I was typing this last sentence, somewhat hastily, my spellcheck offered brutish as an acceptable substitute for British rule in India. There is a third respect in which this book differs from my speech. At Oxford, I was arguing one side of a debate. There was little room for nuance or acknowledgement of counter-arguments. In a book laying out the evils of empire, however, I feel duty-bound to take into account the arguments for the British Raj as well. This I have done in each chapter, especially in Chapter 2, and in Chapters 3 to 5, in which I consider and reject most of the well-worn remaining arguments in favor of the British Empire in India. I have supplemented my own years of reading with extensive research both into colonial-era texts and into more recent scholarly work on the British in India, all duly cited in the notes at the end. I hope my arguments have sufficient expert backing, therefore, to be regarded seriously even by those who may disagree with me. Finally, this book makes an argument, it does not tell a story. Readers looking for a chronological narrative account of the rise and fall of the British Empire in India will not find it here. The sequence of events is outlined only in the chronology preceding this preface. The purpose of this volume is to examine the legacy of the Raj, to critically study the claims made for its alleged benefits, and to present the evidence and the arguments against it. My speech did not, of course, arouse universal approbation. For one thing, in the context of the debate, I could scarcely acknowledge that many aspects of empire were far more complicated in nature or ambiguous in impact than any generalization of good or evil could do sufficient justice to. This book is built on the premise that many of the issues involved require more complex treatment and substantiation than is possible in a debating chamber. In addition, several other arguments were made in response to my speech that should be acknowledged here, even though they do not fit directly into the themes of any of my chapters. The most common of these criticisms is that India's post-colonial failings invalidate my attacks on Britain's colonial cruelties. Tharoor might have won the debate, but moral victory eludes India, wrote a columnist in Time magazine, arguing that the Indian government's performance since independence indicates that there is no evidence that any reparations paid to India would be spent well or would reach the intended beneficiaries. One blogger added, for good measure, that the deplorable attitude of India's post-independence authorities is evident from over millions of tons of food grains that were found damaged in the government storage depots in 2010, as if incompetence after independence justified the famines that occurred before it. My position as a Member of Parliament for the Indian National Congress Party, which had ruled India for 52 of its 68 years of independence, at the time I made my Oxford speech, left me vulnerable to another line of attack. Commentator Jonathan Foreman put it most bluntly, he Congress Party, he declaimed somewhat intemperately, misruled India for more than 6 decades, all the time becoming increasingly arrogant and corrupt, and seeming almost as insulated from ordinary Indians as their British predecessors had been. Indian leaders from the Congress were responsible for India's woeful Hindu rate of growth, and, because of the ruling elite's neglect of basic education and literacy, their obsession with socialist planning, their fostering of the license Raj, and their corrupt deals with a handful of monopolistic business families, countries like South Korea and even Mexico overtook India in per capita GDP between 1930 and 1980. Some of these criticisms are legitimate, indeed. I have made variants of them myself in my own books, though not in such extreme or trenchant terms, but one set of failings do not invalidate another. Nor can 20 decades of colonial oppression be undone in 6. The record of Indian, indeed Congress, governments is in most respects vastly better than that of their British colonial predecessors in India, especially on such indices as GDP growth, literacy, poverty eradication, life expectancy, and overcoming droughts and crop failures. History, in any case, cannot be reduced to some sort of game of comparing misdeeds in different eras. Each period must be judged in itself and for its own successes and transgressions. The fact that reparations were a centerpiece of the Oxford debate added fuel to my critics' fire. One Indian commentator argued that the claim for reparation revealed India's insecurities and low self-esteem. Indians making this argument were transferring responsibility to the British for the subsequent failures of Indian rule. Others pointed out that it would be impossible to identify the beneficiaries, who genuinely deserved to receive compensation for colonial exactions. In any case, some averred, Britain has in effect provided reparations in the form of aid to India over the years, not, by any means, as acceptance of guilt, but out of British generosity to their former colonial subjects. More than enough has been unilaterally transferred from Britain to India post-independence, and not just as aid. According to historian John Mackenzie, one of my adversaries at Oxford, British companies can be said to have fostered part of the outsourcing boom that India experienced, which can be considered a form of reparations. Another debater against the Oxford motion, Sir Richard Ottaway, MP, argued that given the voluntary aid extended by wealthier countries to poorer ones, to demand even more is to maintain the old inferiority complex. I need scarcely point out, of course, that I did not demand more, I demanded less, just a symbolic £1 a year. But that is also beside the point. I used Oxford's reparations motion to raise the issue of the moral debt Britain owed her former colonies, not a financial one. And as for aid, British aid amounts to less than 0.02% of India's GDP, and somewhat less than the government of India spends on fertilizer subsidies, an appropriate metaphor, perhaps, for the aid argument. Many pointed out that today's Britons bore no responsibility for the transgressions of their forebears, and should not be expected to bear the burden of reparations for sins in which they played no part. Nor, for that matter, were today's Indians worthy of being compensated for the sufferings of their ancestors. Compensation should be paid to the victims, not to their grandchildren, and by the wrongdoers, not by their grandchildren. Fair enough, but this elides the sense of national identity and responsibility that characterizes most countries. When Willy Brandt was Chancellor of Germany, He sank to his knees at the Warsaw Ghetto in 1950 to apologize to Polish Jews for the Holocaust. There were hardly any Jews left in Poland, and Brandt, who as a socialist was persecuted by the Nazis, was completely innocent of the crimes for which he was apologizing. But in doing so, with his historic Niefall von Warschau, Warsaw genuflection, he was recognizing the moral responsibility of the German people, whom he led as Chancellor. That is precisely why I called for atonement rather than financial aid. Of course, not everyone agrees that even atonement is due. Historian John Key put it best: the conduct of states, as of individuals, can only be assessed by the standards of their age, not by today's litigious criteria. Otherwise, we'd all be down on the government of Italy for feeding Christians to the lions. Amusing, but indefensible. The British Raj is scarcely ancient history. It is part of the memories of people still alive. According to a recent UN Population Division report, the number of Indians over the age of 80 is 6 million. British rule was an inescapable part of their childhoods. If you add to their number their first-generation descendants, Indians in their 50s and 60s, whose parents would have told them stories about their experiences of the Raj, the numbers with an intimate knowledge of the period would swell to over 100 million Indians. It is getting late for atonement, but not too late. I, for one, dearly hope that a British Prime Minister will find the heart and the spirit to get on his or her knees at Jallianwala Bagh in 2019 and beg forgiveness from Indians in the name of his or her people for the unforgivable massacre that was perpetrated at that site a century earlier. David Cameron's rather mealy-mouthed description of the massacre in 2013 as a deeply shameful event does not, in my view, constitute an apology. Nor does the ceremonial visit to the site in 1995 by Queen Elizabeth and the Duke of Edinburgh, who merely left their signatures in the visitor's book, without even a redeeming comment. Whoever the PM is on the centenary of that awful crime will not have been alive when the atrocity was committed, and certainly no British government of 2019 bears a shred of responsibility for that tragedy. But as a symbol of the nation that once allowed it to happen, the PM could atone for the past sins of his or her nation. That is what Prime Minister Justin Trudeau did in 2016 when he apologized on behalf of Canada for the actions of his country's authorities a century earlier in denying permission for the Indian immigrants on the Komagata Maru to land in Vancouver, thereby sending many of them to their deaths. Trudeau's Willy Brandt moment needs to find its British echo. Indeed, the best form of atonement by the British might be, as Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn has suggested, to start teaching unromanticized colonial history in British schools. The British public is woefully ignorant of the realities of the British Empire and what it meant to its subject peoples. These days there appears to be a return in England to yearning for the Raj, the success of the television series Indian Summers, building upon earlier Anglo-nostalgic productions like The Far Pavilions and The Jewel in the Crown, epitomize what the British domiciled Dutch writer Ian Buruma saw as an attempt to remind the English of their collective dreams of Englishness, so glorious, so poignant, so bittersweet in the resentful seediness of contemporary Little England. If British schoolchildren can learn how those dreams of the English turned out to be nightmares for their subject peoples, true atonement, of the purely moral kind, involving a serious consideration of historical responsibility rather than mere admission of guilt, might be achieved. Buruma was, of course, echoing what the Indian-born British writer Salman Rushdie had said a few years earlier: the continuing decline, the growing poverty and the meanness of spirit of much of Thatcherite Britain encourages many Britons to turn their eyes nostalgically to the lost hour of their precedents. The recrudescence of imperialist ideology and the popularity of Raj fictions put one in mind of the phantom twitchings of an amputated limb. The jewel in the crown is made, these days, of paste. Britain is no longer Thatcherite, though in the aftermath of Brexit, it may even be worse. The need to temper British imperial nostalgia with post-colonial responsibility has never been greater. And then there's the issue of Indian complicity in British rule. The Indian columnist Akar Patel suggested that we are unable to come to terms with the fact that the British takeover was facilitated and encouraged by Indians. Indeed, Indians were active collaborators in many, if not most, of the misdeeds that I will spell out in this book. This was especially true of Indian princes who, once British rule was well established, accepted a Faustian bargain to protect their wealth and their comforts in exchange for mortgaging their integrity to the British. These nominal rulers went out of their way to demonstrate their loyalty to the crown. Thus the cricketer Prince Ranjit Singh obliged his peasantry, in the midst of a crippling drought, to contribute to the British coffers during World War I, and as his state choked in the grip of famine, he literally burned up a month's revenues in a fireworks display for a visiting viceroy. Such episodes were by no means untypical of the complicity shown by the compromised Indian aristocracy with the colonial project. There were other well-known Indian supporters of empire, most notably the Bengali intellectual and unabashed Anglophile, Nirud C. Chowdhury, who in a series of books extolled the virtues of the British Empire and lamented its passing. We will discuss specific examples later in this book. Many ordinary Indians, too, went along with the British. Many never felt they had a choice in the matter. But when a marauder destroys your house and takes away your cash and jewelry, his responsibility for his actions far exceeds that of the servant who opened the door to him, whether out of fear, cupidity, or because he simply didn't know any better. In describing and confronting what the British did to us, are we refusing to admit our own responsibility for our situation today? Are we implying that the British alone are responsible for everything that is wrong with us? Of course not. Some writers have pointed out that growth and development require sound institution building and wise macroeconomic policies, not a recitation of past injustices. I wish to stress that I agree. I do not look to history to absolve my country of the need to do things right today. Rather, I seek to understand the wrongs of yesterday, both to grasp what has brought us to our present reality and to understand the past for itself. The past is not necessarily a guide to the future, but it does partly help explain the present. One cannot, as I have written elsewhere, take revenge upon history. History is its own revenge. One final caveat about this book. I write of British rule in India, fully conscious of the fact that the India I am referring to no longer exists but has become 3 separate states. Much of what I have to say also applies to what are today the independent states of Bangladesh and Pakistan. This is not to associate any unwilling foreigners with my arguments, but to grant that my case is theirs too, should they wish to adopt it. Still, I write as an Indian of 2016 about the India of 2 centuries ago and less, animated by a sense of belonging morally and geographically to the land that was once so tragically oppressed by the Raj. India is my country, and in that sense my outrage is personal. But I seek nothing from history, only an account of itself. This book has no pretensions to infallibility, let alone to omniscience. There may well be facts of which I am unaware that undermine or discredit some of my arguments. Still, the volume before you conveys in essence what I understand of my country's recent past. As India approaches the 70th anniversary of its independence from the British Empire, It is worthwhile for us to examine what brought us to our new departure point in 1945 and the legacy that has helped shape the India we have been seeking to rebuild. That, to me, is this book's principal reason for existence. Hen we kill people, a British sea captain says in the Indian novelist Amitabh Ghosh's Sea of Poppies, we feel compelled to pretend that it is for some higher cause. It is this pretense of virtue, I promise you, that will never be forgiven by history. I cannot presume to write on behalf of history, but as an Indian, I find it far easier to forgive than to forget. Chapter 1. The Looting of India. In 1930, a young American historian and philosopher, Will Durant, stepped onto the shores of India for the first time. He had embarked on a journey around the world to write what became the magnificent 11-volume, The Story of Civilization. But he was, in his own words, so filled with astonishment and indignation at what he saw and read of Britain's conscious and deliberate bleeding of India, that he set aside his research into the past to write a passionate denunciation of this greatest crime in all history. His short book, The Case for India, remains a classic, a profoundly empathetic work of compassion and outrage that tore apart the self-serving justifications of the British for their long and shameless record of rapacity in India. As Durant wrote, the British conquest of India was the invasion and destruction of a high civilization by a trading company, the British East India Company, utterly without scruple or principle, careless of art and greedy of gain, overrunning with fire and sword a country temporarily disordered and helpless, bribing and murdering, annexing and stealing, and beginning that career of illegal and legal plunder which has now, 1930, gone on ruthlessly for 173 years. The conquest of India by a corporation. Taking advantage of the collapse of the Mughal Empire and the rise of a number of warring principalities contending for authority across the 18th century India, the British had subjugated a vast land through the power of their artillery and the cynicism of their amorality. They displaced Nawabs and Maharajas for a price, emptied their treasuries as it pleased them, took over their states through various methods, including, from the 1840s, the cynical doctrine of lapse, whenever a ruler died without an heir, and stripped farmers of their ownership of the lands they had tilled for generations. With the absorption of each native state, the company official John Sullivan, better known as the founder of the Hill Station of Ootacamund, or Uti, observed in the 1840s, the little court disappears, trade languishes, the capital decays, the people are impoverished, the Englishman flourishes, and acts like a sponge, drawing up riches from the banks of the Ganges, and squeezing them down upon the banks of the Thames. The India that the British East India Company conquered was no primitive or barren land, but the glittering jewel of the medieval world. Its accomplishments and prosperity, the wealth created by vast and varied industries, were succinctly described by a Yorkshire-born American Unitarian minister, J. T. Sunderland. Nearly every kind of manufacture or product known to the civilized world, nearly every kind of creation of man's brain and hand, existing anywhere, and prized either for its utility or beauty, had long been produced in India. India was a far greater industrial and manufacturing nation than any in Europe or any other in Asia. Her textile goods, the fine products of her looms, in cotton, wool, linen and silk, were famous over the civilized world. So were her exquisite jewelry and her precious stones cut in every lovely form, so were her pottery, porcelains, ceramics of every kind, quality, color and beautiful shape, so were her fine works in metal, iron, steel, silver, and gold. She had great architecture, equal in beauty to any in the world. She had great engineering works. She had great merchants, great businessmen, great bankers and financiers. Not only was she the greatest shipbuilding nation, but she had great commerce and trade by land and sea which extended to all known civilized countries. Such was the India which the British found when they came. At the beginning of the 18th century, as the British economic historian Angus Maddison has demonstrated, India's share of the world economy was 23%, as large as all of Europe put together. It had been 25% in 1500, when the Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb's treasury raked in £100 million in tax revenues alone. By the time the British departed India, it had dropped to just over 3%. The reason was simple: India was governed for the benefit of Britain. Britain's rise for 200 years was financed by its depredations in India. It all began with the East India Company, incorporated by royal charter from Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth I in 1600 to trade in silk and spices, and other profitable Indian commodities. The company, in furtherance of its trade, established outposts or factories along the Indian coast, notably in Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay. Increasingly, this involved the need to defend its premises, personnel, and trade by military means, including recruiting soldiers in an increasingly strife-torn land. Its charter granted it the right to wage war, in pursuit of its aims. A commercial business quickly became a business of conquest. Trading posts were reinforced by forts, merchants supplanted by armies. The first British factor, William Hawkins, found himself treated with scant respect, his king mocked, and his assets scorned. When the first British ambassador, Sir Thomas Roe, presented his credentials in 1613 at the court of the Mughal Emperor, Jahangir, the Englishman was a supplicant at the feet of the world's mightiest and most opulent monarch. The Mughal Empire stretched from Kabul to the eastern extremities of Bengal, and from Kashmir in the north to Karnataka in the south. But less than a century and a half later, this Mughal Empire was in a state of collapse after the spectacular sacking of Delhi by the Persian Nadir Shah in 1739 and the loot of all its treasures. The Mughal capital was pillaged and burned over 8 long weeks. Gold, silver, jewels, and finery, worth over 300 million rupees, were seized, along with the entire contents of the imperial treasury and the emperor's fabled peacock throne. Elephants and horses were commandeered, and 30,000 corpses littered the streets. It is said that when Nadir Shah and his forces returned home, they had stolen so much from India that all taxes were eliminated in Persia for the next 3 years. Amid the ensuing anarchy, provincial satraps asserted control over their own regions, and rivals for power, notably the Maratha and later the Peshwa dynasties, asserted themselves at the expense of the central authority, many calling themselves Maharajas and Nawabs while owing nominal allegiance to the Mughal emperor in Delhi. In 1757, under the command of Robert, later Lord, Clive, the company won a famous victory in Plassey over a ruling Nawab, Siraj-ud-Daulah of Bengal, through a combination of superior artillery and even more superior chicanery, involving the betrayal of the Nawab by one of his closest nobles, Mir Jafar, whom the company duly placed on his throne, in exchange for de facto control of Bengal. Clive soon transferred the princely sum of £2.3 million, £230 million in today's money, the entire contents of the Nawab's treasury, to the company's coffers in England as the spoils of conquest. In August 1765, the young and weakened Mughal emperor, Shah Alam II, was browbeaten into issuing an imperial edict whereby his own revenue officials in the provinces of Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa were replaced with the company's. An international corporation with its own private army and princes, paying deference to it, had now officially become a revenue-collecting enterprise. India would never be the same again. In the 100 years after Plassey, the East India Company, with an army of 260,000 men at the start of the 19th century and the backing of the British government and Parliament, many of whose members were shareholders in the enterprise, extended its control over most of India. The company conquered and absorbed a number of hitherto independent or autonomous states, imposed executive authority through a series of high-born governors-general appointed from London, regulated the country's trade, collected taxes, and imposed its fiat on most aspects of Indian life. In 1803, company forces marched into Delhi to find the old and terrified Mughal monarch cowering under a royal canopy. During the following decades, the company's domains absorbed several Indian principalities. In the 8 years after he took over as the company's Governor-General in 1845, Lord Dalhousie annexed 250,000 square miles of territory from Indian rulers. Till an open revolt occurred against them in 1835, the so-called Indian Mutiny, leading to the takeover of British domains by the Crown in the following year. The East India Company presided over the destinies of more than 200 million people, determining their economic, social, and political life, reshaping society and education, introducing railways, and financing the inauguration of the Industrial Revolution in Britain. It was a startling and unrivaled example of what, in a later era, Marxists in the 1950s grimly foretold for the world: the rule of, by, and for a multinational corporation. Though the Mughal emperor's edict referred to the directors of the East India Company as the high and mighty, the noblest of exalted nobles, the chief of illustrious warriors, our faithful servants and sincere well-wishers, worthy of our royal favors, the English Company, no royal favors were required, other than signing on the dotted line. Shah Alam II and his successors lived on the sufferance of the company, prisoners and pensioners in all but name. What honor is left to us? The historian William Dalrymple quotes a Mughal official named Narayan Singh as asking after 1563, "When we have to take orders from a handful of traders who have not yet learned to wash their bottoms?" But honor was an irrelevant concern for his emperor's faithful servants and sincere well-wishers. The company ran India, and like all companies, it had one principal concern, shared by its capitalist overlords in London: the bottom line. The deindustrialization of India, taxation, corruption and the nabobs. The British government assisted the company's rise with military and naval resources, enabling legislation, prompted, in many cases, by the company's stockholders in Parliament, loans from the Bank of England, and a supportive foreign policy that sought both to overcome local resistance and to counter foreign competitors like the French and Dutch. But as the company's principal motive was economic, so too were the major consequences of its rule, both for India and for Britain itself. Britain's Industrial Revolution was built on the destruction of India's thriving manufacturing industries. Textiles were an emblematic case in point. The British systematically set about destroying India's textile manufacturing and exports, substituting Indian textiles with British ones manufactured in England. Ironically, the British used Indian raw material and exported the finished products back to India and the rest of the world, the industrial equivalent of adding insult to injury. The British destruction of textile competition from India led to the first great deindustrialization of the modern world. Indian handloom fabrics were much in demand in England. It was no accident that the company established its first factory in 1613 in the southern port town of Masulipatam, famous for its kalamkari block-printed textiles. For centuries, the handloom weavers of Bengal had produced some of the world's most desirable fabrics, especially the fine muslins, light as woven air, that were coveted by European dressmakers. As late as the mid-18th century, Bengal's textiles were still being exported to Egypt, Turkey, and Persia in the west, and to Java, China, and Japan in the east, along well-established trade routes, as well as to Europe. The value of Bengal's textile exports alone is estimated to have been around 16 million rupees annually in the 1530s, of which some 3 to 6 million rupees worth was exported by European traders in India. At those days' rates of exchange, this sum was equivalent to almost £2 million, a considerable sum in an era when earning £1 a week was to be a rich man. In addition, silk exports from Bengal were worth another 6.3 million rupees annually till 1533, declining to some 3 million thereafter. During the century to 1535, while the British were just traders and not rulers, their demand is estimated to have raised Bengal's textile and silk production by as much as 33%. The Indian textile industry became more creative, innovative, and productive, exports boomed. But when the British traders took power, everything changed. In power, the British were, in a word, ruthless. They stopped paying for textiles and silk in pounds brought from Britain, preferring to pay from revenues extracted from Bengal, and pushing prices still lower. They squeezed out other foreign buyers and instituted a company monopoly. They cut off the export markets for Indian textiles, interrupting long-standing independent trading links. As British manufacturing grew, they went further. Indian textiles were remarkably cheap, so much so that Britain's cloth manufacturers, unable to compete, wanted them eliminated. The soldiers of the East India Company obliged, systematically smashing the looms of some Bengali weavers and, according to at least one contemporary account, as well as widespread, if unverifiable, belief, breaking their thumbs so they could not ply their craft. Crude destruction, however, was not all. More sophisticated modern techniques were available in the form of the imposition of duties and tariffs of 50 to 80% on whatever Indian textiles survived, making their export to Britain unviable. Indian cloth was thus no longer cheap. Meanwhile, bales of cheap British fabric, cheaper even than poorly paid Bengali artisans could make, flooded the Indian market from the new steam mills of Britain. Indians could hardly impose retaliatory tariffs on British goods, since the British controlled the ports and the government, and decided the terms of trade to their own advantage. India had enjoyed a 23% share of the global trade in textiles in the early 18th century. But this was destroyed. The company's own stalwart administrator Lord William Bentinck wrote that the bones of the cotton weavers were bleaching the plains of India. India still grew cotton, but mainly to send to Britain. The country no longer wove or spun much of it. Master weavers became beggars. A stark illustration of the devastation this caused could be seen in Dhaka, once the great center of muslin production, whose population fell from several 100,000 in 1560 to about 50,000 by the 1820s. Fittingly, Dhaka, now the capital of Bangladesh, is once again a thriving center of textile and garment production. British exports of textiles to India, of course, soared. By 1830, these had reached 60 million yards of cotton goods a year. In 1838, this mounted to 968 million yards. The billion-yard mark was crossed in 1850, more than 3 yards a year for every single Indian, man, woman, or child. The destruction of artisanal industries by colonial trade policies did not just impact the artisans themselves. The British monopoly of industrial production drove Indians to agriculture beyond levels the land could sustain. This, in turn, had a knock-on effect on the peasants who worked the land, by causing an influx of newly disenfranchised people, formerly artisans, who drove down rural wages. In many rural families, women had spun and woven at home while their men tilled the fields. Suddenly both were affected, and if weather or drought reduced their agricultural work, there was no backup source of income from cloth. Rural poverty was a direct result of British actions. Apologists for empire suggest that Indian textiles were wiped out by the machines of Britain's Industrial Revolution, in the same way that traditional handmade textiles disappeared in Europe and the rest of the world, rather than by deliberate British policy. In this reading, if they hadn't collapsed to British power, the weavers would have been replaced within 50 years by Indian textile mills using modern machinery. India's weavers were, thus, merely the victims of technological obsolescence. It is plausible that, in due course, handlooms would have found it difficult to compete with mass-produced machine-made textiles, but they would surely have been able to hold on to a niche market, as they do to this day in India. At least the process would have occurred naturally and gradually in a free India, perhaps even delayed by favorable protective tariffs on English imports of mill-made textiles, rather than being executed brutally by British fiat. And many Indian manufacturers would surely have imported technology themselves, given the chance to upgrade their textile units. The lower wages of Indian workers would always have given them a comparative advantage over their European competitors, on a level playing field. Under colonialism, of course, the playing field was not level, and the 19th century told the sad tale of the extinction of Indian textiles and their replacement by British ones. Still, inevitably, Indian entrepreneurs began to set up their own modern textile mills after 1830 and to produce cloth that could compete with the British imports. The American Civil War, by interrupting supplies of cotton from the New World, set off a brief boom in Indian cotton. But once American supplies resumed in 1863, India again suffered. As late as 1896, Indian mills produced only 8% of the total cloth consumed in India. By 1913, this had grown to 20%, and the setbacks faced by Britain with the disruptions of World War I allowed Indian textile manufacturers to slowly recapture the domestic market. In 1936, 62% of the cloth sold in India was made by Indians, and by the time the British left the country, 56%, in 1943. But for most of the colonial era, the story of Indian manufacturing was one of dispossession, displacement, and defeat. What happened to India's textiles was replicated across the board. From the great manufacturing nation described by Sunderland, India became a mere exporter of raw materials and foodstuffs, such as raw cotton, jute, silk, coal, opium, rice, spices, and tea. With the collapse of its manufacturing and the elimination of manufactured goods from its export rosters, India's share of world manufacturing exports fell from 25% to 2% under British rule. Exports from Britain to India, of course, soared, as India's balance of trade reversed and a major exporting nation became an importer of British goods, forced upon the Indian market duty-free while British laws and regulations strangled Indian products they could not have fairly competed against for quality or price. The deindustrialization of India, begun in the late 18th century, was completed in the 19th and only slowly reversed in the 20th. Under the British, the share of industry in India's GDP was only 3.8% in 1913, and at its peak reached 5.3% when the British left in 1945. Similarly, the share of manufactured goods in India's exports climbed only slowly to a high of 30% in 1945. And at the end of British rule, Modern industry employed only 2.3 million people out of India's population of 330 million. Extraction, taxation, and diamonds. But the ill effects of British rule did not stop there. Taxation, and theft labeled as taxation, became a favorite British form of exaction. India was treated as a cash cow. The revenues that flowed into London's treasury were described by the Earl of Chatham as the redemption of a nation, a kind of gift from heaven. The British extracted from India approximately £18 million each year between 1563 and 1813. There are few kings in Europe, wrote the Comte de Châtelet, French ambassador to London, richer than the directors of the English East India Company. Taxation by the company, usually at a minimum of 30% of income, was so onerous that 2/3 of the population ruled by the British in the late 18th century fled their lands. Durant writes that, tax defaulters were confined in cages, and exposed to the burning sun. Fathers sold their children to meet the rising rates. Unpaid taxes meant being tortured to pay up, and the wretched victims' land being confiscated by the British. The East India Company created, for the first time in Indian history, the landless peasant, deprived of his traditional source of sustenance. Ironically, Indian rulers in the past had largely funded their regimes not from taxing cultivators but from tapping into networks of trade, both regional and global. The company's rapacity was a striking departure from the prevailing norm. Corruption, though not unknown in India, plumbed new depths under the British, especially since the company exacted payments from Indians beyond what they could afford, and the rest had to be obtained by bribery, robbery, and even murder. Everybody and everything, as the 1923 edition of the Oxford History of India noted, was on sale. Colonialists like Robert Clive, victor of the seminal Battle of Plassey in 1535 that is seen as decisively inaugurating British rule in India, were unashamed of their cupidity and corruption. On his first return to England, Clive took home £234,000 from his Indian exploits, £230 million in today's money, making him one of the richest men in Europe. He and his followers bought their rotten boroughs in England with the proceeds of their loot in India, loot being a Hindustani word they took into their dictionaries as well as their habits, while publicly marveling at their own self-restraint in not stealing even more than they did. Clive came back to India in 1563 and returned 2 years later to England with a fortune estimated at £400,000, £40 million today. After accepting millions of rupees in presents, levying an annual tribute, helping himself to any jewels that caught his fancy from the treasuries of those he had subjugated, and reselling items in England at 5 times their price in India, Clive declared, "An opulent city lay at my mercy. Its richest bankers bid against each other for my smiles. I walked through vaults which were thrown open to me alone, piled on either hand with gold and jewels. When I think of the marvelous riches of that country, and the comparatively small part which I took away, I am astonished at my own moderation." And the British had the gall to call him Clive of India, as if he belonged to the country, when all he really did was to ensure that a good portion of the country belonged to him. The scale and extent of British theft in India can be gauged by the impact of Indian acquired wealth upon England itself. In his biographical essay on Clive, the 19th-century politician and historian Lord Thomas Babington Macaulay went beyond the details of Clive's life, to inveigh against some of the larger forces his success had set in motion. This is not to say Macaulay was an opponent of empire. He served the East India Company in various capacities, and called it the greatest corporation in the world. His diatribe was aimed at the nabobs, The term applied to East India Company employees who returned to England after making fortunes in India. It was a term famously given currency by Edmund Burke in his ferocious denunciation of the company's Governor-General, Warren Hastings, who was impeached by Parliament in 1788 for rampant corruption and abuse of power. The word nabob, Macaulay knew, was a mispronounced transliteration of a high Indian title, Nawab or prince, carrying associations of aristocracy and authority that Macaulay found problematic. Nabobs, he wrote, had sprung from obscurity, they acquired great wealth, they exhibited it insolently, they spent it extravagantly, and demonstrated the awkwardness and some of the pomposity of upstarts. They raised the price of everything in their neighborhoods, from fresh eggs to rotten boroughs. Their lives outshone those of dukes. Their coaches were finer than that of the Lord Mayor. The examples of their large and ill-governed households corrupted half the servants of the country. But, in spite of the stud and the crowd of menials, of the plate and the Dresden china, of the venison and burgundy, they were still low men. It didn't take much to make money if you were a Briton in India. Company official Richard Barwell boasted to his father in 1763 that India is a sure path to prosperity. A moderate share of attention and your being not quite an idiot are, in the present situation of things, ample qualities for the attainment of riches. Nabobs were often company officials who indulged in private trade on their own account while on the company's business. This was extraordinarily lucrative, given the company's monopoly on its own territories. Profits of 23% were regarded as signs of a moderate man, and vastly higher sums were the norm. Clive's father followed his son's career in India closely, recognizing that the family's fortunes depended on Indian loot. As your conduct and bravery have become the public talk of the nation, he wrote to his son in 1762, this is the time to increase your fortune, make use of the present opportunity before you quit the country. He did, buying his father and himself seats in Parliament, and acquiring a peerage. It was only in Ireland, so he renamed his County Clare estate, Plassey. The Whig politician and author Horace Walpole wrote, here was Lord Clive's diamond house, this is Leadenhall Street, and this broken column was part of the palace of a company of merchants who were sovereigns of Bengal. They starved millions in India by monopolies and plunder, and almost raised a famine at home by the luxury occasioned by their opulence, and by that opulence raising the prices of everything, till the poor could not purchase bread. The Cockerell brothers, John and Charles, both of whom served the East India Company in the second half of the 18th century, built an extraordinary Indian palace in the heart of the Cotswolds, complete with a green onion-shaped dome, umbrella-shaped chhatris and overhanging chajas, eaves, Mughal gardens, serpent fountains, a Surya temple, Shiva lingams, and with Nandi bulls guarding the estate. The mansion, Sezincote, designed by a third Cockerell brother, the architect Samuel Pepys Cockerell, who, unlike his siblings, had never been to India, still stands today, an incongruous monument to the opulence of the Nabob's loot. But it was Indian diamonds, which the Nabobs brought back to Britain with them, that made the empire real to the British public. They were the insignia of new money, indications that as Britain was becoming an imperial power, the country was being transformed. But old money was contemptuous of the new. Many in the establishment did not want diamonds to sully the hands of good Englishmen. As Horace Walpole sneered in 1590, what is England now? A sink of Indian wealth. Walpole hoped his nation would endeavor to act more honestly than the Nabobs did in bringing home the diamonds of Bengal. He would not, he wrote, behave like the Nabobs, for all Lord Clive's diamonds. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, The nabob's diamonds were not hailed as jewels in Britain's imperial crown or prized imperial symbols, as the famed Koh-i-Noor diamond would later be. Instead, they were both envied and attacked as imports that pinched the purses of domestic Britons, and threatened to change British politics fundamentally. Perhaps the earliest company employee to bring Indian diamonds into the headlines, and thereby consecrate Indian diamonds as an imperial trope, was Thomas Pitt, the governor of Madras. In 1502, Pitt acquired, for £24,000, it was said, itself a considerable sum beyond the reach of 99% of Englishmen, a diamond said to be the finest jewel in the world. Pitt shipped the 400-carat gem to Britain, referring to it in his letters as "my greatest concern" and "my all." Soon after his diamond's safe arrival in Britain, he gave up his governorship, purchased a grand estate, and paid handsomely for a seat in Parliament. The British historian John Key tells us that wild rumors swirled around Pitt's diamond, one suggesting that it had been snatched from the eye socket of a Hindu deity or smuggled from the mines by a slave who hid it in a self-inflicted gash in his thigh. Like the purloined jewel in the title of Wilkie Collins's 1868 novel The Moonstone, the Pitt diamond became a legend. It represented the wealth that was widespread in India, Britain's power to extract that wealth, and the luxury that came with power in India, especially if you were British. The traditional British view of wealth based it on the ownership of land, which, through its solidity, connoted an earthy stability, and since land was held for a long time, reflected hierarchy and implied a sense of permanence. This had changed somewhat thanks to the advent of the mercantile classes, but the Pitt diamond represented a dramatically alternative model, based on something far more adventurous: colonial exploits, if not exploitation. The owners of these diamonds escaped the confinement of traditional sources of wealth, for something that could be acquired by colonial enterprise rather than traditional inheritance. 15 years after he had brought the diamond from India, Thomas Pitt sold it to the Regent of France, the Duc d'Orléans, for the princely sum of £133,000, almost 6 times what he had paid for it. The astronomical amount, worth multiple millions in today's money, bought the Pitt family a new place in English society. An Indian diamond thus gave a financial springboard to a British dynasty that would, in a very short order, produce 2 prime ministers, his grandson William Pitt, the 1st Earl of Chatham, and Chatham's own son, William Pitt the Younger. In other words, the nabobs and their money were changing British politics during the late 18th century expansion of Britain's Indian Empire. As an essay in the Gentleman's Magazine reported in 1586, the company providentially brings us home every year a sufficient number of a new sort of gentlemen, with new customs, manners, and principles, who fill the offices of the old country gentleman. The danger was that these new men would remake Britain. It is plain that our Constitution, if not altered, is altering at a great rate. The East India Company was no longer just a trading concern and had gone well beyond the terms of its original charter. Some in Britain were concerned and alarmed. They summoned Clive before Parliament to explain his actions in India and the fortune he had made there. In impeaching Hastings, Burke commented pointedly, "Today the Commons of Great Britain prosecutes the delinquents of India. Tomorrow these delinquents of India may be the Commons of Great Britain." The government of the Earl of Chatham, Pitt's descendant, sought to assert parliamentary supremacy over the company in 1766, but thanks to his own ill health and since many MPs were in fact East India Company shareholders, this attempt was not too successful. Indeed, it was not until the passage of Lord North's Regulating Act of 1773 that Parliament gained some measure of control over the company's activities in India. But even then, a majority of MPs stood to gain from the company's successes, and they passed enabling legislation rather than restrictive laws. William Pitt the Younger would finally pass an India Act in 1784, establishing a board of control with power to endorse or dictate orders to the company, to bring to heel the kinds of practices that had enriched his own ancestor. However, for all the talk of reform, the London Chronicle listed, in 1784, the names of 29 members of Parliament with direct Indian connections. There were many more who owned shares in the company. The playwright Richard Sheridan was scathing in his denunciation of the company, whose operations combined the meanness of a peddler with the profligacy of a pirate. Thus it was that they united the mock majesty of a bloody scepter with the little traffic of a merchant's counting house, wielding a truncheon with one hand and picking a pocket with the other. Nor were company officials unaware of the impact of their actions. Baron Teignmouth, who as John Shore went on to serve as Governor-General of India from 1793 to 95, pointed out in a minute as early as 1589 that the East India Company were both merchants and sovereigns in India. In the former capacity, they engross its trade, whilst in the latter, they appropriate its revenues. Teignmouth pointed to the iniquity of the policies of extraction, the drain of currency, silver, and resources from the country to Europe, and the resultant collapse of India's internal trade, which had flourished before the company's depredations. There are many accounts of the perfidy, chicanery, and cupidity with which the company extracted wealth from the native princes and went on to overthrow them and take over their territories. It would be tiresome today to regurgitate stories that have been in circulation since the late 18th century, when the British Parliament unsuccessfully impeached Warren Hastings, arguably one of the most rapacious of the company's many venal governors-general. But a couple of examples will serve to illustrate the point I'm making. Hastings accepted substantial personal bribes and then went on to wage war against the bribe-giver. One wonders whether to deplore his avarice or admire him for the fact that despite being paid for, he refused to be bought. His brazenness in such matters compels admiration. When he tortured and exacted every last ounce of treasure from the assets of the widowed Begums of Oudh, Hastings duly informed the council that he had received a gift of 10 lakh rupees, £100,000 in those days, a considerable fortune, from the spoils, and requested their formal permission to keep it for himself. The council, mindful no doubt of the larger sum that would go on the company's balance sheet, readily concurred. Burke, in his opening speech at the impeachment of Hastings, also accused the East India Company of cruelties unheard of and devastations almost without name, crimes which have their rise in the wicked dispositions of men in avarice, rapacity, pride, cruelty, malignity, haughtiness, insolence. He described in colorfully painful detail the violation of Bengali women by the British assigned tax collectors. They were dragged out, naked and exposed to the public view, and scourged before all the people. They put the nipples of the women into the sharp edges of split bamboos and tore them from their bodies, leading Sheridan's wife to swoon in horror in Parliament, from where she had to be carried out in distress. More indictments followed in the mellifluous and stentorian voices of Sheridan and Charles James Fox, but in the end, Hastings was acquitted, restoring the image of the empire in the eyes of the British public and serving to justify its continuing rapacity for a century and a half more. But the problem went well beyond Hastings. The preacher William Howitt, speaking in 1839, while the company was still in power, lamented that the scene of exaction, rapacity, and plunder which India became in our hands, and that upon the whole body of the population, forms one of the most disgraceful portions of human history. There was but one object in going thither, and one interest when there. It was a soil made sacred, or rather, doomed, to the exclusive plunder of a privileged number. The highest officers in the government had the strongest motives to corruption, and therefore could by no possibility attempt to check the same corruption in those below them. Every man, in every department, whether civil, military, or mercantile, was in the certain receipt of splendid presents. Even Lord Macaulay, who, as we have seen, thought very highly of the company, and was employed by it for several years, was moved to write, "The misgovernment of the English was carried to such a point as seemed incompatible with the existence of society. The servants of the company forced the natives to buy dear and sell cheap." Enormous fortunes were thus rapidly accumulated at Calcutta, while 30 millions of human beings were reduced to the extremity of wretchedness. They had never had to live under tyranny like this. Macaulay added that whereas evil regimes could be overthrown by an oppressed people, the English were not so easily dislodged. Such an indictment, coming from a liberal Englishman and an architect of the empire, with whom we will have other bones to pick later, is impossible to contradict. Revenue collection and the drain of resources. It is instructive to see both the extent to which House of Commons debates on India were dominated by figures of the revenues from India, which seemed to many to justify every expediency the East India Company's officers resorted to, and the extent to which, at the same time, contemporary observers were horrified by the excesses occurring in their country's name. The prelate Bishop Heber, whose contempt for idol worship led him to author the famous lines about a land where every prospect pleases / and only man is vile, wrote in 1826 that the peasantry in the company's provinces are, on the whole, worse off, poorer, and more dispirited than the subjects of the native princes. In an extraordinary confession, a British administrator in Bengal, F. J. Shore, testified before the House of Commons in 1835, "The fundamental principle of the English has been to make the whole Indian nation subservient, in every possible way, to the interests and benefits of themselves. They have been taxed to the utmost limit. Every successive province, as it has fallen into our possession, has been made a field for higher exaction, and it has always been our boast how greatly we have raised the revenue above that which the native rulers were able to extort. Many of those native rulers may well have been ineligible for a modern UN Good Governance Award, but the company, as Shore admitted, was decidedly worse. Where the British did not choose to govern directly themselves, they installed rulers of princely states who were circumstantially allied with their cause. These potentates were charged copious fees in exchange for installing them on their thrones and for security from enemy states, an imperial version of the protection money racket since practiced by the mafia. The British called it, more prosaically, a policy of subsidiary alliances. The princes were allied with the company and paid generously for the British contingents in their kingdoms that were placed there, for their security. If they did not, these contingents could be turned against them. In early 19th century Hyderabad, for instance, the ruling Nizam was dragooned into signing up for British protection at the inflated costs the company chose to charge. The commander, for instance, received an exorbitant £3,000 a month. All the payments to the British were debited to his treasury, which in turn was made to borrow, at a 24% interest rate, from a bank established in 1814 by an associate of the Governor-General. Before he knew it, the Nizam owed millions to the bank, and rueful voices had coined the catchphrase, "Poor Nizzi pays for all." A similar arrangement laid low the Nawab of Arcot further south, whose debts to the company so exceeded his capacity to pay that he had to cede the British most of his territories as a form of repayment. Having acquired rights to collect revenue early on in the company's overlordship, The British proceeded to squeeze the Indian peasant dry. On the one hand, they had very few officials who were deployed into the countryside to collect revenue. On the other hand, they couldn't trust these agents entirely, and increasingly a code of written rules began to govern the collection of revenue. Where local leaders had once understood local conditions, making due allowances for droughts and crop failures or even straightened family circumstances and such exigencies as deaths and weddings, now British revenue collectors ruled with a rule book that allowed no breathing space for negotiation or understanding local problems at a given time. The aim of the new system was to secure the company's collection of revenue without the need to negotiate with India's local elites. The idea was to replace face-to-face conversation with written rules. The rules insisted landholders paid a fixed amount of money each month with rigorous punctuality, and did not disturb the peace. But the system undermined the negotiation and face-to-face conversation, which had been so essential to the politics of 18th-century India. As a result, it brought dispossession and the collapse of a once rich region's wealth. The British ran three major types of revenue systems: zamindari, mostly in eastern India and a third of the Madras Presidency; Rayatwari or Rayatwari in much of the south and parts of the north; and Mahalwari in western India. The British introduced the permanent settlement of the land revenue in 1593 as part of the zamindari system. Under this scheme, the Indian cultivators were charged not on the traditional basis of a share of crops produced, but by a percentage of the rent paid on their land. This system meant that if the farmer's crop failed, he would still not be exempt from paying taxes. On occasion, the tax demanded by the British, based on the potential rather than actual value of the land, exceeded the entire revenue from it. In the Rayatwari and Mahalwari areas, the revenue demand was not permanently settled, but rather periodically revised and enhanced, with even more onerous results. To compound matters, the revenue had to be paid to the colonial state everywhere in cash, rather than kind, whether directly by the peasants or through zamindari intermediaries, and there was a revenue or rent offensive everywhere until the 1880s, after which even larger amounts were extracted from the peasantry from the 1880s to 1930 by the mechanism of debt. William Digby calculated that the ryots, peasant cultivators, in the districts outside the permanent settlement get only one-half as much to eat in the year as their grandfathers did, and only one-third as much as their great-grandfathers did. Yet, in spite of such facts, the land tax is exacted with the greatest stringency and must be paid to the government in coin before the crops are garnered. Bishop Heber acknowledged in 1826, "No native prince demands the rent which we do." The English-educated Romesh Chunder Dutt, an early Indian voice of economic nationalism, acknowledging that some earlier Muslim rulers had also levied swingeing taxes, pointed out that the difference was this: that what the Mohammedan rulers claimed they could never fully realize, what the British rulers claimed they realized with vigor. The land tax imposed in India averaged between 80 to 90% of the rental. Within 30 years, land revenue collected just in Bengal went up from £815,333 to £2,680,000. The extortion might have been partly excused if the taxes were being returned to the cultivators in the form of public goods or services, but the taxes were sent off to the British government in London. The permanent settlement proved repressive for the Indian economy and all but destroyed Indian agriculture. Taxation and the general conditions of life under the East India Company were so unpleasant and onerous that, as mentioned above, as many as could fled their traditional homes for refuge in domains beyond the company's remit, whereas the migration of Indian peasants from the native states to British India was unheard of through most of the 19th century. The company did not care about the superstitions, the social systems, or the indignities that Indians practiced upon each other so long as they paid their taxes to the company. Taxes were officially levied for the express purposes of improving the towns, building bridges and canals, reservoirs and fortifications, but, as Burke pointed out in Parliament, the work was soon forgotten and the taxes continued to be levied. A committee of the House of Commons declared that the whole revenue system resolved itself, on the part of the public officers, into habitual extortion and injustice, whilst what was left to the riot peasant was little more than what he was enabled to procure by evasion and concealment. The Ryotwari and Mahalwari systems of taxation had the additional feature of abolishing all private property, which had belonged both to the affluent as well as the inferior cultivating classes, thereby abolishing century-old traditions and ties that linked people to the land. As we have seen, Pitt's India Act was passed in 1584 and formalized British authority to collect revenue from India. In Bengal, the British ignored the hereditary rights of the zamindars and sold their estates by auction to enhance the company's revenues. As long as the East India Company was in charge, its profits skyrocketed to the point that its dividend payouts were legendary, making its soaring stock the most sought after by British investors. When its mismanagement and oppression culminated in the Revolt of 1835, called by many Indian historians the First War of Independence but trivialized by the British themselves as the Sepoy Mutiny, the Crown took over the administration of this jewel in the crown of Her Britannic Majesty's vast empire. But it paid the company for the privilege, adding the handsome purchase price to the public debt of India, to be redeemed, both principal and generous rates of interest, by taxing the victims, the Indian people. And the objective remained the same, the greater good of Britain. The drain of resources from India remained explicitly part of British policy. The Marquess of Salisbury, using a colorful metaphor as Secretary of State for India in the 1860s and 1870s, said, "As India is to be bled, the lancet should be directed to those parts where the blood is congested, rather than to those which are already feeble for the want of it." The blood, of course, was money, and its congestion offered greater sources of revenue than the feeble areas. Salisbury went on to become Prime Minister. Cecil Rhodes openly avowed that imperialism was an essential solution to the cries for bread among the unemployed working class of England, since it was the responsibility of colonial statesmen to acquire lands, to settle the surplus population and create markets for goods from British factories. Swami Vivekananda, the Indian sage, reformer, and thinker, saw the British as a caste akin to the Vaishyas, governed by the logic of commerce and purely pecuniary considerations, who understood the price of everything they found in India but the value of nothing. The Bengali novelist Bankim Chandra Chatterjee wrote of the English, who could not control their greed, and from whose vocabulary the word morality had disappeared. By the end of the 19th century, India was Britain's biggest source of revenue, the world's biggest purchaser of British exports, and the source of highly paid employment for British civil servants and soldiers, all at India's own expense. Indians literally paid for their own oppression. Taxation remained onerous. Agricultural taxes amounted at a minimum to half the gross produce and often more, leaving the cultivator less food than he needed to support himself and his family. British estimates conceded that taxation was 2 or 3 times higher than it had ever been under non-British rule, and unarguably higher than in any other country in the world. Each of the British presidencies remitted vast sums of savings to England, as, of course, did English civil servants, merchants, and soldiers employed in India. After a mere 24 years of service, punctuated by and including 4 years of home leave, furloughs, the British civil servant was entitled to retire at home on a generous pension paid for by Indian taxpayers. Ramsay MacDonald estimated in the late 1920s that some 5,300 Englishmen were receiving some £20 million annually from India as a pension. While British revenues soared, the national debt of India multiplied exponentially. Half of India's revenues went out of India, mainly to England. Indian taxes paid not only for the British Indian Army in India, which was ostensibly maintaining India's security, but also for a wide variety of foreign colonial expeditions in furtherance of the greater glory of the British Empire, from Burma to Mesopotamia. In 1922, for instance, 64% of the total revenue of the Government of India was devoted to paying for British Indian troops dispatched abroad. No other army in the world, as Durant observed at the time, consumed so large a proportion of public revenues. It is striking how brazenly funds were siphoned off from India. Even accounting tables were subject to completely euphemistic entries to mask extraction. Thus, while trade figures showed a significant surplus, the subtraction of vast amounts under the headings home charges and other invisibles, gave India a huge net deficit. Paul Barron calculated that 8% of India's GNP was transferred to Britain each year. No wonder the 19th-century Indian nationalist Dadabhai Naoroji found evidence even in the published accounts of the British Empire to evolve his Idrain theory of extraction and indict the colonialists for creating poverty in India through what he diplomatically termed their un-British practices. Naoroji argued that India had exported an average of £13 million worth of goods to Britain each year, from 1833 to 1852, with no corresponding return of money. In fact, payments to people residing in Britain, whether profits to company shareholders, dividends to railway investors, or pensions to retired officials, made up a loss of £30 million a year. What little investment came from Britain served only imperial interests. India was depleted, exhausted, and bled by this drain of resources, which made it vulnerable to famine, poverty, and suffering. The extensive and detailed calculations of William Digby, the British writer, pointed to the diminishing prosperity of the Indian people and the systematic expropriation of India's wealth by Britain, including the telling fact that the salary of the Secretary of State for India in 1901, paid for by Indian taxes, was equivalent to the average annual income of 90,000 Indians. Angus Maddison concluded clearly, there can be no denial that there was a substantial outflow which lasted for 190 years. If these funds had been invested in India, they could have made a significant contribution to raising income levels. Official transfers and private remittances to the UK from Indian earnings were compounded by excessively high salaries for British officials. It did not help, of course, that the British Raj was a regime of expatriates, whose financial interests lay in England. In the past, and had an Indian administration been in power, income from government service would have been saved and spent locally. Instead, it all went to foreigners, who in turn sent it abroad, where their real interests lay. In most societies, the income of the overlords is an important source of economic development since it puts purchasing power into the hands of people who can spend it for the local good and indirectly promote local industry. But the lavish salaries and allowances of the Government of India were being paid to people with commitments in England and a taste for foreign goods in India. This increased imports of British consumer items and deeply damaged the local industries that had previously catered to the Indian aristocracy, luxury goods makers, handicraftsmen, fine silk and muslin weavers, who found limited or no taste for their offerings among the Burra Sahibs, and especially their prissy English memsahibs. In 1901, William Digby calculated the net amount extracted by the economic drain in the 19th century, with remarkable, and inevitably, bitterly contested, precision, at £4,185,922,532. While that would amount, in today's money, to about a ninth of Minhaj merchants' calculations, it only accounted for the 19th century. Worse was to follow in the 20th. A small digression is in place here. That India contributed such a significant amount to Britain's imperial expansion can be seen from the frequency with which troops were dispatched overseas for wars which had nothing to do with India and everything to do with protecting or expanding British interests, and all this was accomplished by Indian funds, especially land revenue wrested from the labor of the wretched peasantry or collected from various princely states through subsidiary alliances. A list of Indian Army deployments overseas by the British in the 19th century and the first decade of the 20th is instructive. China, 1860, 1900, 01, Ethiopia, 1865–68, Malaya, 1853, Malta, 1858, Egypt, 1882, Sudan, 1883–86, 1896, Burma, 1883, East Africa, 1896, 1895, 1898, Somaliland, 1890, 1903–04, South Africa, 1899, but white troops only, and Tibet, 1903. Some significant numbers worth mentioning include 3,585 Indian troops contributed to the Chinese War of 1836–35 that ended in the Treaty of Tientsin, 1835, and control of Canton. 11,000 troops sent in 1860 to China, whose campaign ended in the capture and control of Peking. 12,000 troops to release British captives from Abyssinia, Ethiopia. 9,444 troops, and over 1,459,000 rupees contributed to the suppression of rebellion in Egypt in 1882 and 1896, and 1,219 soldiers dispatched to quell mutiny in East Africa. Britain used the British Indian Army to complete its conquest of the Indian subcontinent in the Kandyan War of 1818, in Ceylon, Sri Lanka, and the Burmese War of 1824–26, in which 6 of every 7 soldiers of the British Indian Army fell as casualties to sickness or war. As late as World War II, among the few of the few who bravely defended England against German invasion in the Battle of Britain were Indian fighter pilots, including a doughty Sikh who named his Hurricane fighter Amritsar. The British had a standing army of 323,000 men by the late 19th century, 2/3 of which was paid for by Indian taxes. Every British soldier posted to India had to be paid, equipped, and fed and eventually pensioned by the government of India, not of Britain. There were significant disparities in the rank, pay, promotion, pensions, amenities, and rations between European and Indian soldiers. Biscuits, rice, flour, raisins, wine, pork, and beef, authorized for the European soldier, came from Indian production. In addition to soldiers, India's labor and commercial skills helped cement imperial rule in many of the British colonies abroad. Indian labor was used to foster plantation agriculture in Malaya, Southeast Africa, and the Pacific, build the railways in Uganda, and make Burma the rice bowl of Southeast Asia. Indian retailers and merchants developed commercial infrastructure with lower overheads than their European counterparts. Indians also administered, in junior positions of course, the colonies in China and Africa. In the 19th century, Large numbers of them were forced to migrate as convicts or indentured laborers to faraway British colonies, as we shall see in Chapter 3. But India was denied any of the rewards or benefits of imperialism. The sacrifice that Indian troops made for the advancement of British interests, the results of which linger even today, was acknowledged neither in compensation to them nor the families they left behind, nor by any significant accretion to the well-being of India. And this does not even take into account the huge contributions made by India and Indian soldiers in the two world wars, which I will discuss later. 3. India's immense contributions to World War I are discussed in detail in Chapter 2. The figures for World War II are also instructive. At the beginning of the war, in 1939, the Indian Army stood at 194,353 men. It was raised to 2,063,334 men by 1943, serving both in India and overseas. The Air Force employed another 29,201 soldiers, and the Royal Indian Navy had 30,458. Badia, 1955, pages 234 to 233. Indian Army battle casualties were high, amounting to 149,223 between September 1, 1939, and February 28, 1943. Material assistance was also significant. One ironic detail: given Britain's attempts to strangle India's steel industry, India shipped 5,000 tons of steel sheet rolls to the UK after British steel shipments were lost at sea. In the era of company rule, the British disregard for treaties, solemn commitments, and even the payment of sums they had demanded in exchange for peace, became legendary. Hyder Ali, a warrior prince whom they had attacked without provocation, considered them to be the most faithless and usurping of mankind. William Howitt deplored how little human life and human welfare, even to this day, weigh in the scale against dominion and avarice. We hear nothing of the horrors and violence we have perpetrated, from the first invasion of Bengal to those of Nepal and Burma. We have only eulogies on the empire achieved. See what a splendid empire we have won. The assumption of responsibility by the Crown also witnessed the dawn of a new language of colonial justification, the pretense that Britain would govern for the welfare of the Indian people. When an Englishman wants something, George Bernard Shaw observed, he never publicly admits to his wanting it. Instead, his want is expressed as a burning conviction that it is his moral and religious duty to conquer those who possess the thing he wants. Will Durant was scathing about this pretense. Hypocrisy was added to brutality, while the robbery went on. And went on it did. The British liked to joke, with self-disparaging understatement, that they had stumbled into a vacuum and acquired their empire in India, in a fit of absence of mind, in the oft-quoted words of the Cambridge imperial historian John Seeley. Seeley, in his Expansion of England, had claimed disingenuously that the conquest of India was not in its proper sense a conquest at all. But the reality was starker and more unpleasant. Large-scale economic exploitation was not just deliberate, it was only possible under an umbrella of effective political and economic control. The company's expansion may well have flowed from a series of tactical decisions made in response to events, and in a desire to seize opportunities that presented themselves to the beady eyes of company officials, rather than from some imperial master plan. But they followed a remorseless logic, as Clive said, to justify the expansion of his British Empire in India. To stop is dangerous, to recede ruin. As we have seen, kingdom after kingdom was annexed by the simple expedient of offering its ruler a choice between annihilation in war, and a comfortable life in subjugation. When war was waged, the costs were paid by taxes and tributes exacted from Indians. Indians paid, in other words, for the privilege of being conquered by the British. William Howitt wrote indignantly in 1839, "The mode by which the East India Company has possessed itself of Hindostan is the most revolting and unchristian that can possibly be conceived." The system which, for more than a century, was steadily at work to strip the native princes of their dominions, and that too under the most sacred pleas of right and expediency, is a system of torture more exquisite than regal or spiritual tyranny ever before discovered. But as Ferdinand Mount, a descendant of a famous company general himself, recently explained, it was all the simple logic of capitalism. The British Empire in India was the creation of merchants, and it was still at heart a commercial enterprise, which had to operate at profit and respond to the ups and downs of the market. Behind the epaulets and the jingle of harness, the levies and the balls at Government House, lay the hard calculus of the City of London. In his Poverty and Un-British Rule in India, Dadabhai Naoroji, who in 1892 became the first Indian elected to the British House of Commons, there to argue the case for India in the Mother of Parliaments, and also to support Irish Home Rule, by appealing futilely to the better nature of the English, laid out the following indictment based entirely on the words of the British themselves. Mr. Montgomery Martin, after examining the condition of some provinces of Bengal and Bihar, said in 1833 in his Eastern India, "It is impossible to avoid remarking two facts as peculiarly striking. First, the richness of the country surveyed, and second, the poverty of its inhabitants. The annual drain of £3 million on British India has amounted in 30 years, at compound interest, to the enormous sum of £523,900,000. So constant and accumulating a drain, even in England, would soon impoverish her. How severe then must be its effects on India when the wage of a labourer is from 2d to 3d a day." Mill's History of India, Volume 6, page 651, India Reform Tract, 2, page 3, says, "It is an exhausting drain upon the resources of the country, the issue of which is replaced by no reflex. It is an extraction of the life-blood from the veins of national industry which no subsequent introduction of nourishment is furnished to restore." Sir George Wingate has said, 1839, "Taxes spent in the country from which they are raised are totally different in their effect from taxes raised in one country and spent in another. In the former case the taxes collected from the population are again returned to the industrious classes. But the case is wholly different when the taxes are not spent in the country from which they are raised. They constitute an absolute loss and extinction of the whole amount withdrawn from the taxed country. The money might as well be thrown into the sea. Such is the nature of the tribute we have so long exacted from India." Lord Lawrence, Lord Cromer, Sir Auckland Colvin, Sir David Barber, and others have declared the extreme poverty of India. Mr. F. J. Shore's opinion, "The halcyon days of India are over. She has been drained of a large proportion of the wealth she once possessed, and her energies have been cramped by a sordid system of misrule to which the interests of millions have been sacrificed, for the benefit of the few. The gradual impoverishment of the people and country, under the mode of rule established by the British government, has hastened their fall. The destruction of shipping and shipbuilding, it was bad enough that the theft was so blatant that even Englishmen of the time acknowledged it. Worse, Indian industry was destroyed, as was Indian trade, shipping, and shipbuilding. Before the British East India Company arrived, Bengal, Masulipatam, Surat, and the Malabar ports of Calicut and Quilon had a thriving shipbuilding industry, and Indian shipping plied the Arabian Sea and the Bay of Bengal. The Marathas even ran a substantial fleet in the 16th century. The navy of Shivaji Bhosle defended the west coast against the Portuguese threat. Further south, the seafaring prowess of the Muslim Kunjali Maraikars prompted the Zamorin rulers of Calicut in the mid-16th century to decree that every fisher family in his kingdom should bring up one son as a Muslim, to man the all-Muslim navy. The Bengal fleet in the early 17th century included 4,000 to 3,000 ships at 400 to 300 tons each, built in Bengal and employed there. These numbers increased until the mid-18th century, given the huge popularity of the goods and products they carried. This thriving shipping and shipbuilding culture would be drastically curbed by the British. To reduce competition after 1535, the company and the British ships that they contracted were given a monopoly on trade routes, including those formerly used by the Indian merchants. Duties were imposed on Indian merchant ships moving to and from Indian ports, not just foreign ones. This strangled the native shipping industry to the point of irrelevance in everything but some minor coastal shipping of low value, native goods to local consumers. The self-serving nature of British shipping policy was made apparent during the Napoleonic Wars, which led to a severe shortage of British merchant vessels. The War of 1803 destroyed 153,000 tons of British shipping, forcing the government in London to employ 112,890 tons of foreign vessels to conduct British commerce. Expediently, Indian shipping was now deemed to be British and Indian sailors were reclassified as British sailors, allowing them access to British trade routes under the Navigation Acts. But as soon as the Napoleonic Wars ended, the Navigation Acts were again amended to exclude Indian shipping and the industry once again declined. The story was repeated in the early 20th century when V.O. Chidambaram Pillai in Madras was allowed to set up a shipping company in the run-up to World War I. His success set the alarm bells ringing, however, when regulations alone did not destroy his business. He was quickly jailed for his nationalist views, breaking his spirit as well as the back of his enterprise. The nascent Indian shipping line was driven out of business. The experience of Indian shipping confirms that British authorities cynically and deliberately exploited Indian industries in their time of need and otherwise suppressed them. Indian shipbuilding, which had long thrived in a land with such a long coastline, offers a more complex but equally instructive story. After an initial period of stagnation and decline after the advent of the East India Company to power, Indian shipbuilding revived in Bengal in the last quarter of the 18th century. This was thanks to British entrepreneurs who realized the advantages of constructing their vessels in Calcutta itself, using Indian workers. By 1800, Governor-General Wellesley reported that the British Indian port of Calcutta had 10,000 tons of cargo shipping built in India. Between 1801 and 1839, a further 325 ships were built in Bengal, all British-owned. The reasoning for this commercial British-led activity in India was purely professional and based on sound economic calculations. Indian workmanship and the country's long shipbuilding tradition were highly valued by British shipwrights, who found themselves adopting many Indian techniques of naval architecture in constructing their own vessels. The Indian vessels, a contemporary British observer wrote, united elegance and utility and are models of patience, and fine workmanship. Indian workers were considered expert in all shipbuilding materials, wood, iron, and brass. High-tensile brass was indispensable to the building of wooden ships, since it was used for ship fittings, source water pumps, shaft liners, and even nails. And their work proved remarkably durable. The average lifespan of a Bengal-built ship exceeded 20 years, whereas English-built vessels never lasted more than 11 or 12, and often had to be rebuilt or repaired at Indian ports. Part of the reason for this may have lain in the quality of the hardwood Indians used in shipbuilding, mainly teak and sal, as opposed to the British oak and pine. This meant that not only was the production cost of vessels built in India lower than that in Britain, but depreciation took longer, adding to the value proposition for British entrepreneurs. As a result of their lower costs, they were also able to charge lower rates for freight than companies using ships made in England. So attractive was it for British entrepreneurs to build ships in India that by the second decade of the 19th century, there was rising unemployment in the shipbuilding industry at home. Shipwrights, caulkers, sawyers, and joiners in their hundreds were reported to be unemployed in London. British-based businesses simply could not compete, and so they petitioned Parliament for a ban on Indian shipbuilding. The first legislative act in their favor came in 1813 with a law that prohibited ships below 330 tons from sailing between the Indian colonies and the United Kingdom. That took some 40% of Bengal-built ships out of the lucrative India-England trade. A further act in 1814 denied Indian-built ships the privilege of being deemed British-registered vessels to trade with the United States and the European continent. Though they could still, in theory, trade with China, that sector had become unprofitable, since the previous practice had been to sail from Calcutta with Indian goods to China, load up on tea there for London, and then return to Calcutta with British goods, with the London sector banned to them. These ships could only sail from Calcutta to China and back, but there was no market for Chinese goods in India. Indians were not yet tea drinkers, and the ships, denied access to London, often had to return empty. Meanwhile, Indian sailors, for good measure, were also deemed non-British, and companies were discouraged from recruiting them for voyages to England, where they were likely to be exposed to licentious behavior by the locals that would divest them of the respect and awe they had entertained in India for the European character. Morality and racism could always be used to dress up naked commercial interests. Though, given the lack of available British seamen in Indian ports, these sailors could be allowed to crew the larger vessels upon issuance of a certificate from the governor that no British substitutes were available. The law required the shipowner to hire a British crew for the return journey from England, significantly driving up the journey's costs, both because he, in effect, had to pay for two crews and because the British sailors charged much higher wages. The advantages for British companies of building ships in India and operating them from there, in other words, began to disappear as a result of policies of deliberate legislative discrimination. India's once thriving shipbuilding industry collapsed, and by 1830 was essentially extinct. This had nothing to do, as some have suggested, with changing technology that India could allegedly not keep up with. The collapse began well before steamships had begun to overtake sailing vessels, and in any case, Bengal had proved adept at building steam vessels too, before the new laws and the resultant reduction in market opportunities made such activity unremunerative. As William Digby was to observe, the mistress of the seas of the Western world had killed the mistress of the seas of the East. Other commercial enterprises were no exception to the practice of discrimination. One form of colonial discrimination that was almost ubiquitous and extremely effective was the use of currency to separate British businesses from Indian ones and regulate the opportunities available to each. The division of businesses into sterling, companies operating out of London, and rupee, companies that operated out of India, created a commercial gulf that could not easily be bridged. Only the British could invest in sterling companies, while rupee companies were open to both British and Indian investment. Sterling companies tended to focus on utilities, tea, and jute. This meant that there were significant barriers to entry for Indians in these markets, which the British reserved for themselves. Moreover, all sterling companies were required to have a British managing agent to oversee them before London-based investors would commit capital. Indian investors were simply kept out. Thus, of 383 joint stock companies in the tea industry in India as late as 1914, 356 were based in Calcutta, and all were owned by the British. Scholars have established that in 1913, 100% of the jute mills in India were in British hands. By 1929 this was down to 58%, still enshrining British dominance. British India occupied a unique position in the imperial trade and payments system. From 1910 to 1945, the Indian economy underwent a series of monetary and exchange rate experimentations. These included, amongst others, a transition from gold bullion to a sterling exchange standard, a controversial fixed exchange rate system to manage the deliberate depreciation of the rupee, a gradual improvement in a weakly functioning formal banking system, and finally, the establishment of the Reserve Bank of India, 1934-33, with limited authority. Buffeted by global and imperial forces of demand and supply, India suffered severe price volatility of some 20 to 30% a year. The British used the fixed exchange rate regimes as it suited them, basically to accommodate British current account deficits and other domestic exigencies, with scant regard for their Indian subjects. Such policies exacerbated India's financial instability, adding to the miseries endured by Indians under the Raj. The manipulation of currency, throughout a feature of the colonial enterprise, reached its worst during the Great Depression of 1929–30 when Indian farmers, like those in the North American prairies, grew their grain but discovered no one could afford to buy it. Agricultural prices collapsed, but British tax demands did not, and cruelly, the British decided to restrict India's money supply, fearing that the devaluation of Indian currency would cause losses to the British from a corresponding decline in the sterling value of their assets in India. So Britain insisted that the Indian rupee stay fixed at 1 shilling 6 pence, and obliged the Indian government to take notes and coins out of circulation to keep the exchange rate high. The total amount of cash in circulation in the Indian economy fell from some 3 billion rupees in 1929 to 4 billion in 1930 and as low as 3 billion in 1938. Indians starved, but their currency stayed high, and the value of British assets in India was protected. At other times, the steady depreciation of the rupee was a deliberate part of British policy to strengthen the purchasing power of the pound sterling, and weaken the economic clout of those who earned only in local currency. A currency that had once been among the strongest in the world in the 17th century, was reduced to a fraction of its former value by the end of the 19th. Even Miss Prism in Oscar Wilde's 1893 play The Importance of Being Earnest could not fail to take note, instructing her impressionable ward Cecily to read your political economy in my absence. The chapter on the fall of the rupee you may omit. It is somewhat too sensational. Even these metallic problems have their melodramatic side. Stealing from Indian steel. The story of the Indian steel industry demonstrates how the exploitation continued into the late colonial period, which has sometimes been represented by apologists for empire as a more enlightened episode of colonial rule. Oppression and discrimination had merely become more sophisticated. The British were unalterably opposed to India developing its steel industry. India had, of course, been a pioneer of steel. As early as the 6th century, crucible-formed steel, which came to be known as woots, a corruption of the Kannada word aku, mistranscribed in English as wook and mangled into woots. Steel was made in the country, and Indian steel acquired global renown as the world's finest. The establishment by Arabs of a steel industry based on Indian practices in the 12th century gave the world the famous Damascus steel. Indian-made swords were legendary. Indeed, in the early days of British colonial expansion into India, Indian swords were so far superior to European ones that English troopers in battle would often dismount and swap their own swords for the equipment of the vanquished foe. The British learned as much of the technology as possible and then shut down India's metallurgical industries. By the end of the 18th century, attempts to revive it met with resistance and then with racist derision. When Jamsetji Tata tried to set up India's first modern steel mill in the face of implacable British hostility, at the turn of the century, he began petitioning the British for permission in 1883 and raised money from Indian investors. After repeated denials and delays, it finally began production in 1912 under his son Dorabji. A senior imperial official sneered that he would personally eat every ounce of steel an Indian was capable of producing. It's a pity he didn't live to see the descendants of Jamsetji Tata taking over what remained of British steel. Through Tata's acquisition of Chorus in 2006, it might have given him a bad case of indigestion. When the Tatas went ahead anyway, inspiring other Indians, the British devised effective ways to curb their growth. The two biggest consumers of steel in India, the government and the railways, both controlled by the British, insisted on British Standard Specification Steel, BSSS, which was of much higher quality than the non-British Standard Specification Steel, NBSSS, used by most of the rest of the world. The requirement for BSSS was originally designed to exclude cheaper continental steel from the colonial Indian market, but it also served to hamper Indian steelmakers. Domestic producers of steel in India, such as Tata, were forced to meet these higher standards or be excluded from contracts with the government and railways. By focusing on producing BSSS, as required by law, Indian firms could not simultaneously produce the cheaper NBSSS that was used throughout most of the non-British world. The high cost base of India's domestic production as a result of BSSS production rendered Indian steel uncompetitive in the wider international market, both during the Great Depression and the late 1930s recovery. Other developing countries in a comparable situation to India in the 1930s developed their steel industries using NBSSS, without major problems. They could, of course, export BSSS steel to Britain, which the British steel industry would not welcome. So restrictions were placed by Britain on Indian steel imports. The British demonstrated brilliantly that they could have their steel cake and eat it too. India was, in other words, forced to make and use steel that was surplus to its requirements, restricted in its ability to find overseas markets for it, and curbed in every attempt at expansion. Indian companies such as Tata Steel thus had few opportunities to grow within the British economic ecosystem. As we know, some apologists for British rule argue that the condemnation of Britain for its destruction of Indian industry and economic growth is unjustified. Britain, they claim, did not deindustrialize India. India's share of world GDP merely went down because India missed the bus for industrialization, failing to catch up on the technological innovations that transformed the West. India had a significant world share of GDP when the world was highly agrarian. As the world changed, they argue, other countries overtook India because of scientific and industrial progress that India was unable to make. That is a highly disputable proposition. As I have demonstrated, deindustrialization was a deliberate British policy, not an accident. British industry flourished and Indian industry did not because of systematic destruction abetted by tariffs and regulatory measures that stacked the decks in favor of British industry conquering the Indian market, rather than the other way around. The economic exploitation of India was integral to the colonial enterprise. And the vast sums of Indian revenues and loot flowing to England, even if they were somewhat less than the billions of pounds Digby estimated, provided the capital for British industry and made possible the financing of the Industrial Revolution. Left to itself, why wouldn't existing Indian industry have modernized, as industry in other non-colonized countries did? None of those criticizing India's lack of technological innovation can explain why a country that was at the forefront of innovation and industrial progress in other eras suddenly lost its ability to innovate in the 18th and 19th centuries. I have touched upon the skills of Indian steelmakers and shipbuilders, but under other rulers and regimes that fostered innovation, Indians excelled at mathematics, physics, medicine, mining, metallurgy, and even rocketry, under Tipu Sultan and Hyder Ali. True, there could only have been scientific and technological innovation if a forward-looking Indian ruler had endowed the country with educational and scientific institutions where such research would have taken place. The British, however, failed to create such institutions. The foremost Indian research institution under the British Empire, the Indian Institute of Science, was endowed by the legendary Jamsetji Tata, not by any British philanthropist, let alone by the colonial government. And if competition with an industrializing Europe was a challenge, why wouldn't a free India have exploited the situation to its own advantage, levying its own tariffs when protection was needed, giving its own subsidies and developing its own existing global markets? It is preposterous to suggest that India's inability to industrialize while the Western world did so was an Indian failure, the result of some sort of native deficiency, rather than the deliberate result of systematically planned policies by those who ruled India, the British. If India's GDP went down because it missed the bus of industrialization, it was because the British threw Indians under the wheels. There is an ironic footnote to the issue of Britain's economic exploitation of India. In these days of Scottish nationalism and febrile speculation about the future of the Union, it is often forgotten what cemented the Union in the first place: the loaves and fishes available to Scots from participation in the colonial exploits of the East India Company. Before union with England, Scotland had attempted, but been singularly unsuccessful at, colonization, mainly in Central America and the Caribbean. Once union came, India came with it, along with myriad opportunities. A disproportionate number of Scots were employed in the colonial enterprise, as soldiers, sailors, merchants, agents, and employees. Though Scots constituted barely 9% of Britain's people, they accounted for 23% of those employed by the British in India. Their earnings in India pulled Scotland out of poverty and helped make it prosperous. The humming factories of Dundee, the thriving shipyards, and the remittances home from Scots working in India, all stood testimony to the profitable connection. Sir Walter Scott wrote of India as the corn chest for Scotland. With India gone, no wonder the Scottish bonds with England are loosening. Chapter 2. Did the British give India political unity? The British like to point out, in moments of self-justifying exculpation, that they deserve credit for the political unity of India, that the very idea of India, as one entity, now three, but one during the British Raj, instead of multiple warring principalities and statelets, is the unchallengeable contribution of British imperial rule. It is difficult to refute that proposition except with a provable hypothesis, that throughout the history of the subcontinent, there has existed an impulsion for unity. This was manifest in the several kingdoms throughout Indian history that sought to extend their reach across all of the subcontinent. The Maurya, 322 BCE, 183 BCE, Gupta, at its peak, 320 to 330 CE, and Mughal, 1326 to 1835 CE, empires, and to a lesser extent, the Vijayanagara kingdom in the Deccan, at its peak 1136 to 1363 CE, and the Maratha Confederacy, 1654 to 1818 CE. Every period of disorder throughout Indian history has been followed by a centralizing impulse, and had the British not been the first to take advantage of India's disorder with superior weaponry, it is entirely possible that an Indian ruler would have accomplished what the British did, and consolidated his rule over most of the subcontinent. The same impulse is also manifest in Indians' vision of their own nation, as in the ancient epics the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, which reflect an idea of India that 20th-century nationalists would have recognized. The epics have acted as strong, yet sophisticated, threads of Indian culture that have woven together tribes, languages, and peoples across the subcontinent, uniting them in their celebration of the same larger-than-life heroes and heroines, whose stories were told in dozens of translations and variations, but always in the same spirit and meaning. The landscape the Pandavas saw in the Mahabharata, composed approximately in the period 400 BCE to 400 CE, was a pan-Indian landscape, for instance, as their travels throughout it demonstrated, and through their tale, Indians speaking hundreds of languages and thousands of dialects in all the places named in the epic, enjoyed a civilizational unity. Lord Rama's journey through India and his epic battle against the demon king of Lanka reflect the same national idea. After all, India has enjoyed cultural and geographical unity throughout the ages, going back at least to Emperor Ashoka in the 3rd century BCE. The vision of Indian unity was physically embodied by the Hindu sage Adi Shankara, who traveled from Kerala in the extreme south to Kashmir in the extreme north and from Dwarka in the west to Puri in the east, as far back as the 7th century after Christ, establishing temples in each of these places that endure to this day. Diana X. writings on India's sacred geography extensively delineate ancient ideas of a political unity mediated through ideas of sacredness. As Eck explains, considering its long history, India has had but a few hours of political and administrative unity. Its unity as a nation, however, has been firmly constituted by the sacred geography it has held in common and revered, its mountains, forests, rivers, hilltop shrines, linked with the tracks of pilgrimage. Nor was this oneness a purely Hindu idea. The rest of the world saw India as one. Arabs, for instance, regarded the entire subcontinent as the Al-Hind, and all Indians as the Hindi, whether they hailed from Punjab, Bengal, or Kerala. The great nationalist Maulana Azad once remarked upon how, at the Hajj, all Indians were considered to be from one land, and regarded themselves as such. Surely such impulses, fulfilled in those distant times by emperors and sages, would, with modern transport, communications, and far-sighted leaders, have translated themselves into political unity? Starting from these incontrovertible facts, it is possible to construct an alternative scenario to British colonialism in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, with the Marathas extending their conquests across the country, while finding it politically convenient to mask their power under a titular Mughal emperor, a process that had already begun. Though the Marathas would have ruled the country under the nominal overlordship of a weak Mughal monarch, as the British themselves were briefly to do, this would have led to an inevitable transition to constitutional rule, just as England transitioned, with the 17th-century Glorious Revolution and the subsequent strengthening of the House of Commons, from an absolute monarchy to a constitutional monarchy. This could have happened in India just as it did in several other countries in the non-colonized world, across Europe and in the handful of Asian countries that were not colonized, notably China, Japan, and Thailand. The process would not have been painless. There may well have been revolutions and military struggles. There would have been disruption and conflict. But India's resources would have stayed in India, and its future would have been resolved by its own people. The onset of British colonialism interrupted this natural evolution and did not allow it to flower. But to suggest that Indian political unity would not have happened without the British is absurd and unsupported by the evidence. Counterfactuals are, of course, impossible to prove. One cannot assert, for instance, with any degree of certitude, events that did not in fact occur, nor name that centralizing figure who might have been India's Bismarck, Mazzini, Ataturk, or Garibaldi in the absence of the British. But historical events find their own dramatis personae, and it is unreasonable to suggest that what happened everywhere else would not have happened in India. From such an initially hybrid system could have emerged a modern constitutional monarchy and political institutions, built upon the Mughal administrative system, as modified by the Marathas. But these are hypotheticals. The British came, and no such non-colonial India emerged. Counterfactuals are theoretical, but facts are what they are. The facts point clearly to the dismantling of existing political institutions in India by the British, the fomenting of communal division and systematic political discrimination with a view to maintaining and extending British domination. When the British eventually left in 1945, they left India as a functioning democracy, and many Britons would take credit for having instilled in their Indian subjects the spirit of democracy and the rule of law, even if Indians were denied its substance by the British. This claim is worth examining closely. The destruction of political institutions. It is arguable that the democratic values of the British imperialists were more highly developed than those of other colonists. Some scholars have recently demonstrated, with impressive statistics, based on analyses of the aggregate correlates of political regimes, that a large number of former British colonies are democracies, and, indeed, that having once been a British colony is the variable most highly correlated with democracy. Myron Weiner has pointed out that, except for countries in the Americas, every country with a population of at least 1 million, and almost all the smaller countries as well, that has emerged from colonial rule and has had a continuous democratic experience is a former British colony. There have also been former British colonies whose democratic experience has not been continuous, but featured bouts of military dictatorship, including both Pakistan and Bangladesh. So it would seem that however much they failed to live up to their own ideas, however strongly they denied to Indians, as they had to Americans before 1556, the rights of Englishmen, the British did instill sufficient doses of the ethos of democracy into their former colonies that it outlived their tutelage. But the actual history of British rule does not suggest this was either policy or practice. In the years after 1535, the British astutely fomented cleavages among the Indian princes and steadily consolidated their dominion through a policy of divide and rule that came to be dubbed, after 1838, divide et impera. At this time it was a purely political ploy, and the divisions the company sought to encourage were entirely based on greed and the desire for self-advancement rather than religion. or social group. One aristocratic cousin was pitched against another for the company's support. Often it was merely a question of who could pay more to the British. Loyalties were purchasable, sometimes more than once. Thus in 1535, as we have seen, Clive installed Mir Jafar on the throne of Bengal for a handsome sum. As a reward for having betrayed the previous Nawab, Siraj-ud-Daulah, at Plassey, Clive's successors deposed Mir Jafar and put Mir Qasim in his place for somewhat less, for the money went to them, after all, and not to Clive. 3 years later, they restored Mir Jafar, since he now paid them 2.5 times more than Mir Qasim did, and 2 years after that, they took money from Najm-ud-Daulah to depose Mir Jafar yet again. That sort of bribe, suborn and rule system was comprehensible in terms of the crass motives that animated the East India Company in India. But it would be a forerunner of a more insidious divide-and-rule policy from the late 19th century, which instigated Indian against Indian on the basis of divisions that would do far more lasting damage. The early crude practices of installing and defenestrating the rulers behind whose nominal authority the East India Company would rule revealed little respect for the existing political institutions of India nor for the need to develop them to face the challenges of a new era. But the weakening of India's political institutions went deeper. As part of the permanent settlement, the British enfeebled village communities since they made direct arrangements with individual local potentates in order to increase revenue collections. They also centralized judicial and executive powers, functions previously dispensed by village communities in their jurisdiction. Reports written by observers of the company described the village communities as self-governing republics and functioning economic units, linked to the wider pre-colonial global market, that had governed themselves even as powers at the center came and went. Under the British this ceased to be true. It is important to remember that these villages did not exist in some kind of rustic agrarian isolation but were active and functioning political and economic units as well. In India, wrote an eminent English civil servant, the village system was the one organism that survived the long years of anarchy and invasion, and it was in full vigor when we conquered India. Those who care to read up on the subject can see it in Sir Henry Sumner Maine's Indian Village Communities. But instead of building self-government from the village level up, as the British could have done had they been sincere, the company destroyed what existed, and the Crown, when it eventually took charge of the country, devolved smidgens of government authority, from the top, to unelected provincial and central legislative councils whose members represented a tiny educated elite, had no accountability to the masses, passed no meaningful legislation, exercised no real power, and satisfied themselves they had been consulted by the government even if they took no actual decisions. Part of the problem was that the Indian social structures were unfamiliar to the British, whose own villages survived in a largely feudalistic relationship to their landlords. Empire was in many ways the vehicle for the extension of British social structures to the colonies they conquered. The socio-political constructs that the British made in their empire were primarily reflections of the traditional, individualistic, unequal, and still class-ridden society that existed in England. The architects of empire, responding to what they knew, sought to recreate the rural Arcadia of Tory England, where local government since the 16th century had been controlled by those with high social prestige and ruled by an established squirearchy, instead of the autonomous village governments the British dismantled in India. English villages were in the hands of the traditional lords, the grandees being supplemented by gentry attached to them. The English tried to find similar structures in the traditional societies of their colonies, and when they could not, they invented an approximation of them. Thus was born the indirect rule system of government that characterized much of the empire, with power devolved to an entire hierarchy of greater and lesser imitation gentlemen, many given British-invented titles like Rai Bahadur, or even knighted, and, in a couple of cases, ennobled, for their pains. This was both less expensive for the empire and, as with the English system at home, it was run by complicit amateurs, so there was no need to create a professional class of Indians who would wield, and then seek to exercise, political authority. This British practice, previously unknown in India, caused long-lasting damage. The historian John Wilson has argued that India had a dynamic economic and political order, a society of little societies, where constant negotiation between the rulers and the ruled was the norm. India's villages were not self-reliant republics that lived in blissful isolation. They were networked and connected, and it was the destruction of Indian industry that forced people to retreat and focus on farming, creating both a more agrarian society and the problem of peasant dispossession. By the early 1800s, India had been reduced from a land of artisans, traders, warriors, and merchants, functioning in thriving and complex commercial networks, into an agrarian society of peasants and moneylenders. Extensive scholarship has shown how the British created the phenomenon of landlessness, turned self-reliant cultivators into tenants, employees, and bondsmen, transformed social relations, and as a result undermined agrarian growth and development. The impact of such policies endures to the present day and has had a distorting effect on India's evolution. Banerjee and Iyer, for instance, demonstrate how British colonial policy choices led to sustained differences in economic outcomes. Areas in which proprietary rights in land were historically given to landlords have significantly lower agricultural investments and productivity in the post-independence period than areas in which these rights were given to the cultivators. There are no victimless colonial actions. Everything the British did echoes down the ages. Underlying the British imperial expansion in India was a congeries of motivations and assumptions, crass commercial cupidity, as we have demonstrated, and the need to consolidate political power in order to safeguard profits, but also the racist European notion, expressed most bluntly during the Iberian conquest of the New World, that heathen Indian nations were unworthy of the status of sovereign legal entities. In the Americas, hostility to European traders and resistance to the Christian gospel were considered adequate causes for just war, justifying territorial conquest and the enslavement of the losers. While such a proposition was not explicitly advanced in India, the British broadly shared the same sets of beliefs as their European confreres in the West. Initially, the Game of Thrones was played one step removed, as it were, with Nawabs propped up by the company as the official rulers. This was because the company's official status, as of 1564, was as revenue administrators of 3 major Mughal provinces in eastern India, an authority granted, as we have seen, by a firman from the chastened and weak-kneed Mughal emperor, who issued an edict to this effect. Robert Clive explained his role to the board of directors of the East India Company in a letter dated January 25, 1564. We may be regarded as the spring which, concealed under the shadow of the Nabob's name, secretly gives motion to this vast machine of government without offering violence to the original constitution. The increase of our own, and diminution of his, power are effected without encroachment on his prerogative. The Nabob holds in his hands, as he always did, the whole civil administration, the distribution of justice, the disposal of offices, and all those sovereign rights which constitute the essence of his dignity, and form the most convenient barrier between us and the jealousy of the other European settlements. Arguably, however, the reality of British paramountcy over India had already become clear thanks to the numerous military victories of the East India Company over Indian princes, and the unequal treaties that reified their subjugation. William Bolts, a Dutch trader who had worked for a few years for the East India Company, wrote in 1552 that the company was nothing more than a despotic oligarchy of merchants who had usurped the status of sovereigns. The Nawab of Bengal was little more than a stipendiary servant, and the Mughal emperor, a pensioner and a mere instrument of their power. The fig leaf of revenue administration was, according to Bolts, a mere fiction, invented to legitimize the acquisition of these newly acquired territorial possessions, for the private purposes of the company and their servants. The British historian Edward Thompson argues that after 1819, when Lord Lake defeated the Marathas, only stupidity or hypocrisy, or an excess of tactfulness, could pretend that the East India Company was not the paramount power or that any of the Indian princes were equal to its status. Presiding over all of this was the Governor-General of India, an executive appointed by the East India Company but, in effect, the monarch of all he surveyed. William Dalrymple quotes one contemporary observer as saying, "Of all human conditions, perhaps the most brilliant and at the same time the most anomalous, is that of the Governor-General of British India. A private English gentleman, and the servant of a joint stock company. During the brief period of his government he is the deputed sovereign of the greatest empire in the world, the ruler of 100 million men, while dependent kings and princes bow down to him with a deferential awe and submission. There is nothing in history analogous to this position." The ad hoc nature of the expansion of British power brought with it its own deinstitutionalization of India's governance. Between 1546 and 1563, the company fought 3 Carnatic Wars, which combined a quest for local dominance with a British conflict for supremacy against the French, mirroring the parallel wars in Europe at the same time. In many of its conquests and campaigns, the company did not hesitate to outsource its military efforts to mercenaries and armed bands of various sorts. Scholars see the East India Company as an example of a military patronage state, which distributed its patronage to itinerant bands of warriors without regard to any formal or institutional structures. The company paid soldiers in exchange for their service and others for essential procurements, offering various benefits to ensure their support. Violence, to use today's language, was contracted to non-state actors. Such methods accentuated the informal, non-institutionalized nature of the British conquest of India, stunting the prospect of the normal development of political institutions in the country. This resort to free-floating mercenary warrior elements served India ill. Lord Cornwallis, for instance, did not have the resources to provide irregular mounted units with regular rations, so he ordered them to find their own means of subsistence. This led to pillage and extortion as the troops advanced, only adding to the suffering and deprivation of the indigenous population. But then the well-being of the inhabitants had never been a priority for the company. The freelance warriors and mercenaries associated with the company enjoyed the license to loot everything they could lay their hands on, hardly a British contribution to good governance in India. This method of expansion was not to last, however, thanks to the company's unquestioned military superiority, especially once the other European settlements Clive had referred to had all been routed or taught their place, and the company, though still a trading corporation, soon had few compunctions about deposing native princes and absorbing their kingdoms. The Crown, when it assumed responsibility for the Raj, through Queen Victoria's proclamation of 1838, largely preferred to leave the traditional rulers of India in place, with their authority subordinate to the British. They exercised their power through an official parked at the princely court with the nominally modest title of the Resident, another case of British understatement masking the uglier reality of brute power. Where the British during their gradual takeover of India did not annex the territory of a subjugated ruler, they made him sign an unequal treaty. This mixture of devices by which the British ruled India was, as I have pointed out throughout this chapter, far from conducive to the development of Indian political institutions, and nor did it engender respect for the nominal authority in whose name power was supposedly exercised. It is also pertinent to nail the canard that whatever the deficiencies of the company, its rule was no worse than the supposedly rapacious princes whom the British supplanted. This is simply false. Much of the British conquest and expansion before 1835 took place against either benign, or not particularly oppressive native rulers. The Maratha Peshwas, the Mysore rulers, and the chess-playing Nawab of Oudh, to name three, were not accused of misgovernance. They were merely too powerful for colonial comfort or too rich to avoid attracting British avarice. Indeed, there were outstanding examples of good governance in India at the time, notably the Travancore Kingdom, which in 1819 became the first government in the world to decree universal, compulsory, and free primary education for both boys and girls. The British charges against the rulers they overthrew were largely specious. A 1905 study concluded that, "We discover that there is little basis for all this pessimism of the past beyond the eagerness to exalt, however dishonestly, the superiority of European methods." Where British charges of misrule had any validity, they were principally against rulers the company had installed in the first place or, in the 20th century, princes they had removed from their cultural context and educated at Eton and Harrow, leaving them aliens in their own land. This is not to suggest that pre-colonial India was universally well ruled. As we know, it was going through a period of disintegration, collapsing Mughal authority, and in many places, conditions bordering on anarchy, but is merely intended to reject the notion that British rapacity would have been seen as an improvement by most Indians of that time. In large parts of India during the period of British colonial expansion, fairly decent governments, broadly accepted by the people, were removed and replaced by British rulers whose motives and methods were, on the whole, much more reprehensible than those they had overthrown. The crown takes over its jewel. While the case against the misgovernance of company rule in India is irrefutable, having been made, among others, by Edmund Burke in his celebrated impeachment of Warren Hastings, by Macaulay in his denunciations of the greed of the nabobs, and by Clive himself through his act of suicide, the assumption of power by the British Crown of its imperial jewel changes the argument somewhat. With Queen Victoria's proclamation in 1838, the British offered a different narrative for their rule of India, that they would govern in pursuit of that prosperity and that social advancement which can only be secured by internal peace and good government. The Queen added her earnest desire to stimulate the peaceful industry of India, to promote works of public utility and improvement, and to administer the government for the benefit of all our subjects resident therein. In their prosperity will be our strength, in their contentment our security, and in their gratitude our best reward. This was a stirring manifesto of the "we are ruling you for your own good" school, far removed, at least in declared intent, from the naked rapacity of the East India Company. With the coronation of 1855, the British monarchy was reinvented by Benjamin Disraeli as an imperial instrument. The Queen became an empress, with India the newest and most glittering possession, and her domains stretched across the world to an unprecedented extent. Equally important to the imperial project was the perception of grandeur that accompanied it. The British in India spent a great deal on extravagant display, but the gaudy glitter also had an imperial purpose. It was intended by the British, suggests Jan Morris, partly to amaze the indigenes, partly to fortify themselves. In a country of princes, they deliberately used the mystique of monarchy as an instrument of dominion. In pursuance of this schlock and awe strategy, 3 gigantic durbars were held to mark imperial occasions. The crowning of Queen Victoria as the Empress of India was commemorated with the grand pageantry of an imperial durbar, presided over by Viceroy Lord Lytton in 1885, the accession of Edward VII by an even grander durbar held by Lord Curzon on New Year's Day 1903, and the final imperial durbar of the Raj, in 1911, to welcome King George V and Queen Mary to the new capital, Delhi. At the peak of its pomp, the British Empire in India conceived and built an immense and hugely impressive new imperial capital at New Delhi. The French statesman Georges Clemenceau was skeptical, seeing it as the latest in a long line of imperial follies. It is said that he laughed when he saw half-built New Delhi in 1920 amid the rubble of 7 previous cities in the same area, and observed, "Ça sera la plus magnifique de toutes ces ruines." This will be the most magnificent of all these ruins. Years later, the management theorist C. Northcote Parkinson would cite the building of New Delhi among many examples in formulating his second law, that institutions build their grandest monuments just before they crumble into irrelevance. Morris describes in lavish detail the imperial durbar conducted by Lord Curzon in Delhi, where, amid elephants and trumpets, bejeweled Maharajas paying tribute and a public assembled from all 4 corners of the subcontinent to view the imperial panoply, theater became life. Appropriately enough, Curzon had the durbar filmed, using the then novel technology of the moving image. Though Mahatma Gandhi, in his autobiography, noted that many of the Maharajas privately deplored the lengths to which they had to go, the elaborate costumes and finery they had to wear, in order to impress the British sufficiently to hold on to their thrones and their privileges. It was not just the Maharajas who had to suffer. Every Indian schoolchild must lament the influence of the British dress code on Indians, especially the tie as a permanent noose around the necks of millions of schoolchildren, in India's sweltering heat, even today. Curzon, who conducted the grandest of the 3 durbars just 2 years after a ruinous famine, was the epitome of imperial majesty as viceroy. What Jan Morris called Curzon's taste for lordliness, and Neil Ferguson dubs his Orientalism, was integral to his viceroyalty, which he conducted in a manner and with a paternalism befitting a scion of the old British aristocracy. His family was descended from Norman stock. Curzon's public life had long been haunted by 4 lines of Balliol doggerel targeting him in his student days at Oxford, which were unfailingly cited by the popular press whenever he received a new appointment. "My name is George Nathaniel Curzon / I am a most superior person / my hair is black. My face is sleek / I dine at Blenheim every week." 3. If this undergraduate humor had immortalized him, so would his viceroyalty, which was to eclipse every other accomplishment in his ultimately disappointing political career. Curzon had nurtured the ambition to be viceroy since childhood, and he brought to it a vision of imperial grandeur that he sought both in substance and style to fulfill. 3. I have consulted British newspapers of the 1890s to satisfy myself of the accuracy of this version. It has since been improved in the retelling, and some readers might be more familiar with the altered update of the verse. "My name is George Nathaniel Curzon / I am a most superior person / my cheek is pink. My hair is sleek / I dine at Blenheim every week." The style that Curzon brought to its apogee reflected what the British writer David Carnadine dubbed ornamentalism. Curzon was, to Khan Nadine, a ceremonial impresario. Khan Nadine devoted an entire book to the proposition that the British Empire was about antiquity and anachronism, tradition and honor, order and subordination, about glory and chivalry, horses and elephants, knights and peers, processions and ceremony, plumed hats and ermine robes, about chiefs and emirs, sultans and nawabs, viceroys and proconsuls, about thrones and crowns, dominion and hierarchy, ostentation and ornamentalism. It continued in this vein right until the final surrender, when the ceremonial costumes of the last viceroy, Lord Louis Mountbatten, seemed to be in inverse proportion to his dwindling hold on political power. This pageantry involved the British not merely exalting the principle of hierarchy in ensuring reverence for their own queen, but extending it to India, honoring native princes, ennobling others and promoting the invention of ersatz aristocratic tradition so as to legitimize their rule. Thus the British created a court culture that the princes had to follow, and a hierarchy that sought to show the crown as successors of the Mughal emperor. The elaborately graded gun salutes, from 9 guns to 19, and in only 5 cases, 21, 6, depending on the importance and cooperativeness of the ruler in question, the regulation of who was and was not a highness, and of what kind. The Nizam of Hyderabad went from being His Highness to His Exalted Highness during World War I, mainly because of his vast donation of money to the war effort, the careful lexicon whereby the native chiefs, not kings, came from ruling, not royal, families, and their territories were princely states, not kingdoms. All these were part of an elaborate system of monarchical illusion building. The India Office in London even had a room with 2 identical doors for entry, in case 2 Indian potentates of equivalent rank had to be received at the same time, so that neither had to precede the other. And so it went. 6 up to World War I, only Hyderabad, Baroda, and Mysore enjoyed 21-gun salutes. Gwalior and Jammu and Kashmir were added to the list in 1915 and 1921 in appreciation of their soldiers' services to the British in the Great War. Other monarchs were allowed 21-gun salutes within their own domains, but only 19 outside, and so on. The protocol was fastidiously elaborate. For all the elaborate protocol and ostentation, as David Gilmour points out, the British had very little respect for the Indian aristocracy they were indulging. Curzon himself sneered at the category of half-anglicized, half-denationalized, European women hunting, pseudo-sporting, and very often in the end spirit-drinking young native chiefs. But he realized that Britain alone was to blame for the invention of the Indian royals as an imperial category. In 1888, one imperial official in central India reported that in his zone of responsibility the result of an English training for princely youths so far was sodomites 2, idiots 1, sots 1, and a gentleman, prevented by chronic gonorrhea from paying his respects on the Queen's birthday. Curzon himself complained in 1900 of the frivolous and sometimes vicious spendthrifts and idlers who made up the bejeweled ranks of the Indian princes. The Rana of Dholpur, he wrote to Queen Victoria, was fast sinking into an inebriate and a sot. The Maharaja of Patiala was little better than a jockey. The Maharaja Holkar was half-mad and addicted to horrible vices, and the Raja of Kapurthala was only happy philandering in Paris. Of course, there were enlightened and benevolent Indian princes, and even visionary ones, Baroda, Travancore, and Mysore, to name 3, enjoyed stellar reputations as exemplary rulers concerned about the well-being of their subjects, but stories of dissolute rajas were far more frequent than tales of good governance. The un-Indian civil service, if the panoply and external trimmings of the Crown's takeover of India were grand enough, The Queen went farther in respect of the substance of her rule. In her celebrated 1838 proclamation, she expressed her wish that our subjects, of whatever race or creed, be freely and impartially admitted to office in our service, the duties of which they may be qualified by their education, ability and integrity duly to discharge. But what was the reality? In Will Durant's words, it was one of political exclusion and social scorn. In 1835, F. J. Shore, the colonial administrator in Bengal whom I have quoted earlier, testifying before the House of Commons, confessed that the Indians have been excluded from every honor, dignity or office which the lowest Englishman could be prevailed upon to accept. Decades later, Indian graduates from the finest universities of India, Europe, and America found that, for the most part, only the lowest places in government service were open to them, according to Durant. Just 4% of the covenanted positions in the Indian, initially the imperial, civil service, the top cadre, were filled by Indians in as late as 1930. As critics have pointed out, it is not as if the best and brightest staffed the posts available to Britons in India. Lord Asquith declared in 1909 that, if high places were given to Hindus half as unfit as the Englishmen who then occupied them in India, it would be regarded as a public scandal. Mediocrities ruled the roost, and they were paid far more than Indians, since they had to endure the hardships of the Indian heat, despite the warmth of the sun offering a welcome respite, for most, from the cold and fog of grey, benighted Blighty. As Rudyard Kipling memorably put it in his novel, The Light That Failed, describing a return to London, a thin grey fog hung over the city, and the streets were very cold, for summer was in England. They were also, as a rule, singularly smug and self-satisfied and insufferably patronizing in their attitudes to Indians, when they were not simply contemptuous. Jawaharlal Nehru put it sharply, the Indian civil service, he said, was neither Indian, nor civil, nor a service. The British ruled 19th-century India with unshakable self-confidence, buttressed by protocol, alcohol, and a lot of gall. Stalin found it ridiculous that a few hundred Englishmen should dominate India. He was not arithmetically accurate, but in principle he was right. It was remarkable that the British Raj was run by so few people. There were only 31,000 Britons in India in 1803, of whom 22,000 were in the army and 2,000 in civil government. The number increased substantially after 1835, but still, as of 1890, 6,000 British officials ruled 230 million Indians, with some 50,000 European soldiers and a larger number of Indians in uniform. In 1911, there were 164,000 Britons living in India, of whom 66,000 were in the army and police and just 4,000 in civil government. By 1931, this had gone up to just 168,000, including 60,000 in the army and police and still only 4,000 in civil government, to run a country approaching 300 million people. It was an extraordinary combination of racial self-assurance, superior military technology, the mystique of modernity, and the trappings of Enlightenment progressivism, as well as, it must be said clearly, the cravenness, cupidity, opportunism, and lack of organized resistance on the part of the vanquished, that sustained the empire, along with the judicious application of brute force when necessary. The British in India were never more than 0.03% of the population. The empire, in Hobsbawm's evocative words, was so easily won, so narrowly based, so absurdly easily ruled thanks to the devotion of a few and the passivity of the many. In Clive's time, the company presided over a dual system, the company exercised power but propped up a puppet Nawab. Warren Hastings ended the pretense and overthrew the Nawab. Direct administration was now under the control of the company. Cornwallis, in 1783, created a professional cadre of company servants who were to govern the country for the company, reserving all high-level posts for the British, and placing Englishmen in charge of each district with the blunt title of collector, since collecting revenue was their raison d'etre. The collector usually exercised the dual function of magistrate in his district. 5 The British thus ran government, tax collection, and administered what passed for justice. Indians were excluded from all of these functions. 5 The British ran a complex administrative system with multiple variants. In essence, and at its peak, British India, under the Governor-General, later Viceroy, was divided into a number of presidencies and provinces, each headed by a governor, lieutenant governor, or commissioner, depending upon its size and importance. Each province or presidency comprised a number of divisions, each headed by a divisional commissioner. These divisions were in turn subdivided into districts, which were the basic administrative units. Each district was headed by a collector and district magistrate or deputy commissioner. In most cases, these were all the same person, usually a young Englishman in his mid to late 20s. With these tasks to be performed, a civil service came into being, nominated by the company's bigwigs from influential young people of their acquaintance, and trained after 1806 in Haileybury College, near London, to serve the company. After 1833, competitive examinations were introduced, though directors' nominees could still be recruited on a nod and a wink. After 1833, selection was entirely examination-based and thrown open to all white Britons. Demand for the imperial civil service was high, since the work was ridiculously well compensated, and the company's servants exercised genuine political power in India, which they could not hope to do in any equivalent job they might get in Britain. The tests did not seek to establish any knowledge of India or any sensitivity to its peoples. They sought to identify proper English gentlemen, and emphasized classical learning and good literary skills. After 1860, Indians were allowed to take the examinations too. But the Indian civil service remained, in ethos, British. One viceroy, Lord Mayo, declared, "We are all British gentlemen engaged in the magnificent work of governing an inferior race." Few shared Victoria's romantic feelings for brown skins. In David Gilmour's telling, they had no illusions about preparing Indians for self-government. Their view of Indians was at best paternalist, at worst contemptuous. Well into the 20th century, they spoke and wrote of the need to treat Indians as children, incapable of ruling themselves. Several generations of some families served in India, some over 3 centuries, without ever establishing roots there. They sent their own children home, to school, and endured years of separation from loved ones. It was not, of course, all self-sacrifice and hard work. ICS men earned the highest salaries of any officials in the world, with, as we have seen, generous furloughs and a guaranteed pension, and some at least found it quite impossible to spend their income. The English political reformer John Bright, unsurprisingly, called the Empire a gigantic system of outdoor relief for the aristocracy of Great Britain. The attitudes the ICS men brought to bear on their work in India had greatly deteriorated by the end of the 19th century, from curiosity and concern to complacency and cant. The whole attitude of government to the people it governs is vitiated, wrote H. Fielding Hall, after 30 years of service in the ICS. There is a want of knowledge and understanding. In place of it are fixed opinions based usually on prejudice or on faulty observation. or on circumstances that have changed, and they are never corrected. Young secretaries read up back circulars and repeat their errors indefinitely, following precedent. The British Labour politician Keir Hardie described British rule in India as a huge military despotism tempered somewhat by a civil bureaucracy. That bureaucracy was all-pervasive, overpaid, obtusely process-ridden, remarkably inefficient and largely indifferent to the well-being of the people for whose governance it had, after all, been created. Lord Lytton, in a lighter mood, described British governance in India as a despotism of office boxes tempered by an occasional loss of keys. This bureaucratic despotism went back to the early years of company rule in the late 18th century, when Lord Cornwallis had announced that all rights had been reduced to writing. As John Stuart Mill, who luxuriated in the title of Examiner of Indian Correspondence for the East India Company, put it, the great success of our Indian administration was that it was carried on in writing. But this was in fact the great flaw of the British system. Indian rulers had in the past negotiated with their local subjects because they had to live with them. Now the company kept a distance from its subjects and only cared for one thing: a network that delivered cash to directors in faraway London as quickly and efficiently as possible. In reality, as John Wilson points out, the extraordinary flow of paper that Mill celebrated constructed a world of letters, ledgers, and account books that had its own pristine order but could not comprehend or rule the forces that shaped rural society. The new maze of paperwork blocked the creation of the public, reciprocal relationship between the state and local lords which political authority and economic prosperity had relied on before. It also meant that decisions were increasingly made in offices, behind closed doors, by foreigners with no connection to those whose fates they were deciding. The public display of the ruler's authority was replaced by the private circulation of incomprehensible paper. Decisions were being made by people who were out of the view of those impacted by the decisions. As the public places where Indians could hold their rulers to account were out of bounds, so the scope for intrigue and corruption expanded. Indians were anxious that decisions were being made over which they had no say. Clerks were bribed to find out what was being written in the all-important files. The Raja of Nadia was so concerned about what was happening behind closed doors that he paid a Bengali clerk in the collector's office to tell him what was written in the letters exchanged between the district capital and Calcutta. The old accessible Indian rulers were replaced by new officious British bureaucrats who were good at manipulating the paperwork created by the new rules but had little interest in the well-being of their subjects nor the capacity to establish their authority other than by reference to their rules. When these were violated, they could only take recourse in the forcible imposition of law and order. The new system was not designed to create a stable political order in the Indian countryside, says Wilson. Its aim was to defend the integrity of the East India Company from accusations in Britain of venality and vice. It began life as an effort to manage metropolitan moral anguish, not to handle the complaints of Indians about what company officers were doing in India. The neat registers kept in the company's offices allowed British officials to imagine they had created an effective, unitary structure of rule. They fostered a delusion of power. This was the tradition that the company passed on to the Crown, which continued it without change. Much of the British bureaucracy, as Lytton implied, was excessively formalistic. Perhaps the obsession with procedure and paperwork resulted from a sneaking hope that anything resulting from the filling of forms in quadruplicate could not possibly be an injustice. Or written on stamp paper, a British invention, that imparted a sense of authority to a document and gave the British a feeling of control. Creating rule book after rule book concealed the fragile nature of the hold they had on the society they ruled. Regulations were framed and were meant to be applied across the board without reference to context and without any sensitivity to the circumstances of the individuals being regulated. Decisions were based on rules rather than facts, often merely disconnecting officers from the political circumstances that called upon them to make decisions in the first place. The British system of rule in India was, by any standards, remarkable. A 24-year-old district officer found himself in charge of 4,000 square miles and 1 million people. The duties which the district officer had to perform were enumerated in a contemporary account as follows: collector of the land revenue, registrar of the landed property in the district, judge between landlord and tenant, ministerial officer of the courts of justice, treasurer and accountant of the district, administrator of the district excise, ex officio president of the local rates committee, referee for all questions of compensation for lands taken up for public purposes, agent for the government in all local suits to which it is a party, referee in local public works, manager of estates of minors, magistrate, police magistrate and criminal judge, head of police, ex officio president of municipalities. All these tasks were performed by a young man, in a foreign country, with little knowledge of the local language or conditions, following uniform rules of procedure laid down by the distant government, but convinced of his innate superiority over those he had been assigned to rule and his God-given right to dispense authority in all these functions. Authority, but not welfare. There was no development work listed for any British official in a district. If all this were not enough, the young man was subject to the tyranny of the warrant of precedence and the rigidities of protocol in a hierarchy-conscious society, learned the desperate importance of being able to play whist as an antidote to loneliness, and, in due course, to humor the incessant social obligations of higher office. A lieutenant governor hosted, on a single day, a boathouse lunch, the dancant, and a garden party, and a dinner at the club. The diversions were plentiful. Wedded inexcusably to its pleasures, the British bureaucracy retreated to mountain redoubts in the hills for months on end to escape the searing heat of the plains, there to while away their time in entertainments, dances, and social fripperies while the objects of their rule, the Indian people, were exploited ruthlessly below. In the summer capital of Simla, with its population of grass widows enjoying the cooler air while their husbands toiled in the hot plains, the main occupations were gambling, drinking, and breaking the fifth commandment. And yet there is no doubt about the heroic efforts of many individual civilians, who dug canals, founded colleges, administered justice, and even, in some cases, advocated Indian self-rule. Their names became part of the geography of the subcontinent. Towns called Abbottabad, Lyalpur, and Cox's Bazar, Corbett Park, Cotton Hill, the McNabwa Canal. As a rare left-winger in the ICS, John Maynard explained, ugly pallid bilious men were able to do great things in the very midst of their querulous discontents and uni-deal aspirations. But their lifestyles, for the most part, separated them from the masses they sought to rule. The British in India created little islands of Englishness, planting ferns and roses and giving their cottages nostalgia-suffused names like Grasmere Lodge, in Uti, and Willowdale, in Darjeeling. By the early 19th century, the British had established themselves as a ruling caste, but at the top of the heap, they did not intermarry or interdine with the lower castes, in other words, the Indians. They lived in bungalows in their own areas, known as cantonments and civil lines, separated from the black towns where the locals lived. They kept to their clubs, to which Indians were not admitted. Their loyalties remained wedded to their faraway homeland. Their children were shipped off to the British public school system and did not mingle with the natives. Their clothes and purchases came from Britain, as did their books and ideas. At the end of their careers in India, for the most part, they returned to home. As the English writer Henry Nevinson observed in the first decade of the 20th century, a handful of people from a distant country maintain a predominance unmitigated by social intercourse, marriage, or permanent residence. India, wrote another sympathetic Englishman in 1905, is, in fact, now administered by successive relays of English carpetbaggers, men who go out with carpetbags and return with chests, having ordinarily as little real sympathy with the natives as they have any deep knowledge of their habits and customs. The Indian civil service, peculiarly, insisted that all ICS men remain bachelors until after the age of 30. This made them ripe for capture by the fishing fleet, as the boatloads of English women who came over to India to trawl for husbands in the mid- and late 19th century were known. These ladies were usually the rejects of the British upper and upper middle classes, women who were too smart or too plain to find a good husband, and were in their late teens or early 20s. Once you were deemed too old for the English marriage market, it was either the boat to India or a spinster's life as governess at home, and tales of the comforts of British life in the colonies certainly made the boat a more attractive option. ICS officers, and other civilians, for that matter, forbidden to consort with local women, bored, lonely, and frustrated by 30, were ripe for the picking. At English clubs and tennis matches, elegant balls and tiger shoots, the women of the fishing fleet allowed themselves to be reeled in by eligible civilians. Insulated from India by their upbringing and new social circumstances, waited upon by a flotilla of servants and ignorant of contact with any other Indian, and susceptible to the prejudices of white Victorian England, these women were often the most guilty of racism and disdain for the country. They were responsible for turning British society prim and proper and rather priggish in its attitudes to relations with Indians. That was the life of the ICS men. Then, after 25 or more years in the subcontinent, as we have seen, they would retire to Cheltenham or South Kensington, to English suburbs that became known as Asia Minor, or the Anglo-Indian Quarter, surrounded by reminders and relics of the land they had ruled. One civilian settled in Teddington on the Thames and named his last home Quetta, for the capital of Baluchistan. Another, William Strachey, set his watch to Calcutta time even in England, eating breakfast at tea time and living most of his life by candlelight. It is a poignant image. But the candlelight has dimmed. The places named for the British have mostly been renamed. Lyallpur, in Pakistan, has been renamed Faisalabad, for a Saudi king. The old ruling caste no longer takes precedence. Indians in imperial service. The very element that indicts this system in the eyes of an Indian, its foreignness and its disconnection from the Indian people for whose benefit it was supposed to govern, was, however, seen as a virtue in English eyes. The promised admission of Indians to the ICS was resisted at every level of the British government, and it had to be prized from the British grasp like the last gold nugget from the fist of a dead prospector. Even a moderate civil servant like H. Fielding Hall, who, after retirement, wrote books about India that were suffused with sympathy for Indians though leavened by imperial attitudes, had this to say in objecting to the admission of Indians into the covenanted civil services: the government of India is not Indian, it is English. It is essentially English, the more so and the more necessarily so because it is in India. England has made herself responsible for India, and she cannot shirk or divide this responsibility. He added. Government must do its work in its own way, and that is the English way. No Indian can tell what this is. The result was that there were more statues to Queen Victoria on Indian territory than Indians in the higher reaches of the civil service. There was always, of course, the excuse of a substantive, as opposed to merely racialist, argument. It would be impossible to place Indian civilians in places where cooperation with military or military police officers would be essential. But the essence of the problem emerged soon enough. The whites in India would never accept an Indian in a position of real authority. Fielding Hall insisted in 1913 that an Indian should rule Europeans, and that it should be to an Indian they looked for the maintenance of peace and order and for the administration of justice, criminal and civil, is unthinkable. The stability of the administration is due to its being English, and any threat to that stability would not be borne. In substantiation of his case, Fielding Hall recounted the experience of an early Indian in the ICS, Mr. Chetty, who after an English education at Rennes and Oxford, ranked high in the civil services examination and was posted to a district in India. But there the club, the center of all social life for officialdom and other English civilians, refused to admit him as a member. This was more than a personal privation, it was an absolute handicap in his career, since so much official work, and so many professional relationships, were dealt with and processed over a drink at the club. Fielding Hall, who did not disapprove of the racial discrimination practiced by his fellow Englishmen, blamed it on the unwise policy of recruiting Indians for jobs only the English should do. He muses about ICS officers like Chetty. Socially he belongs to no world. He has left his own and cannot enter the other. And you cannot divorce social life from official life. They are not two things, but one. He adds, in the end Chetty shot himself. It was a sad end for a man gifted and likable. And although such an end was unusual, the causes which led to it are universal. I have known several civilians who were Indians, and I think they were all unhappy. This reads chillingly to any modern mind, but Fielding Hall was by no means the worst of his tribe. Reading him, you realize he was more broad-minded and humane than most of his peers. Racial discrimination was pervasive in the ICS. While Indians were theoretically entitled to senior positions in the Indian civil service, and Satyendranath Tagore, elder brother of the great Nobel Prize-winning poet Rabindranath Tagore, broke into its elite ranks as early as 1863, most applicants were turned down and only a handful succeeded him for decades afterwards. Satyendranath Tagore and the ones who came after him suffered the most appalling racial discrimination and personal humiliation in their careers. After 30 years ICS service, in a series of insignificant posts, Satyendranath, who was a brilliant linguist, lyricist, and social reformer, could only retire as a judge in the provincial Maharashtrian town of Satara. Lord Lytton, writing confidentially as Viceroy in 1858 to his superiors in London, was frank about the betrayal of educated Indians whose development the government encourages without being able to satisfy the aspiration of its existing members. Every such Indian, once admitted to government employment in posts previously reserved for the covenanted, i.e., the senior civil service, is entitled to expect and claim appointment in the fair course of promotion to the highest posts in that service. We all know that these claims and expectations never can or will be fulfilled. Emphasis in original, we have had to choose between prohibiting them and cheating them, and we have chosen the least straightforward course. The cheating continued in awful ways for several decades more. Another of the very early Indian entrants into the ICS, the second after Satyendranath Tagore, Surendra Nath Banerjee, was initially barred from the service he had entered in 1869, on allegations of misrepresenting his age. He appealed this successfully and was posted to a minor position in Sylhet, but not forgiven, and was dismissed from the service altogether in 1854 for a minor infraction, an inadvertent procedural irregularity in requesting accommodation in the civil lines equal to that given to Britons, that might not have earned an English officer even a reprimand. He went on to become a distinguished academician, journalist, editor, orator. One English journalist hailed him as the finest orator he had heard in English since Gladstone, and twice president of the Indian National Congress. But it is noteworthy that an individual of intellectual and administrative ability, far in excess of most of his contemporaries, should have been seen by the British not as a talent to be made use of in the government's interest, but as an element to be eliminated by dismissal from its employment. After nearly 4 decades of struggle, though, Banerjee, who memorably had urged his countrymen to agitate, 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 you have yet to learn the great art of grumbling, accepted a knighthood. Perhaps, as disappointed nationalists argued, he had changed, but by then, to some degree, so had the British. The path carved and hacked against such impossible odds by the first 2 ICS Indians was now trodden somewhat more easily by larger numbers of their countrymen. Similarly, Aurobindo Ghosh, then named Ackroyd Ghosh, after studying at Manchester, St. Paul's School, and Cambridge University, also ranked second out of several thousand candidates in the examinations for the Indian Civil Service, but unlike Banerjee, was not selected because he was deemed to have failed the writing test. This may well have spared him the experience of being dismissed later on like his illustrious predecessor, since his temperament would have sat ill with British overlords. He went on to achieve worldwide renown and immortality as Sri Aurobindo, founder of a global spiritual movement that still flourishes in Pondicherry. It was only when World War I drove thousands of young British men to officer duty in the trenches rather than service in the Empire, that the British grudgingly realized the need to recruit more Indians, and the numbers of Indians in the ICS slowly inched upwards in the last 3 decades of the Raj. But till then, Indians may have had positions, but no real authority. A rare Cambridge-educated Indian judge appointed on the bench of the Allahabad High Court in 1885, Justice Syed Mahmood, suffered daily discrimination and prejudice, especially from Chief Justice Sir John Edge, who Mahmood felt treated him like a conquered subject rather than a judicial equal. As a young man freshly returned from England enthusiastic about empire, Mahmood had dreamed of a day when the English people are known to us more as friends and fellow subjects, than as rulers and foreign conquerors. That was not to be. On the verge of being dismissed, Mahmood, the second son of the famous reformer Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, whose support was so crucial for the British among Indian Muslims, resigned in 1892. Unable to reconcile his faith in British law with his exclusion from the high table at the institutions administering it, turned to drink and depression, and died a broken man at the age of just 53. His father, Sir Syed Ahmed Khan, the founder of the Anglo-Mohammedan College and a famed advocate of British rule in India, wrote at the time of his son's forced resignation as a judge of the Allahabad High Court. If an Indian in such a position tries to preserve his self-respect, which is concomitant to nobility and uprightness, the relations between him and his European colleagues get embittered. On the other hand, if utterly regardless of self-respect, he makes himself quite subservient to the wishes of his European colleague, who, because he belongs to a conquering race, naturally believes in his superiority, he is able to pull on pretty well. But this can never be expected from a man who wishes to remain true to his conscience, and in whose veins runs the blood of his noble ancestors. It is no secret that there is as much difference between the Englishman's treatment of his own countrymen and that of others, as there is between black and white, emphasis in original. Black and white, night and day, the differences were rubbed in at every level. I have touched upon how well compensated British bureaucrats in India were, but what made things worse was how imbalanced their salaries were when compared with their local counterparts. In the first decades of the 20th century, J.T. Sunderland observed that the difference in salaries and emoluments was so great that 8,000 British officers earned £13,930,334, while 130,000 Indians in government service were collectively paid a total of £3,284,163. The Indians were shown their place in their ranks, authority, positions assigned, lack of career advancement, and every month when their salary slips arrived. The long-term consequences of this included the failure to build up human capital in India. As Dadabhai Naoroji argued in 1880, with the material wealth go also the wisdom and experience of the country. Europeans occupy almost all the higher places in every department of government directly or indirectly under its control, while in India they acquire India's money, experience, and wisdom, and when they go, they carry both away with them, leaving India so much poorer in material and moral wealth. Thus India is left without, and cannot have those elders in wisdom and experience who in every country are the natural guides of the rising generations, in their national and social conduct, and of the destinies of their country, and a sad, sad loss this is. Imperial racism, only disconnect. But this was deliberate policy. William Makepeace Thackeray spoke of the need to suppress haughtiness, deep thought, and independence of spirit in India. They are directly adverse to our powers and interest. We do not want generals, statesmen, and legislators. We want industrious husbandmen. The result, of course, was racist discrimination in every sphere. As a tract put out by the Indian National Party in London in 1913 argued, it is not the Roman system of thoroughly Latinaizing and assimilating the subject races that is tried by England, but the system of exploitation and degradation of a race by another for the material benefits of the latter. This racism infected every aspect of the empire, and not just its civil service. Racism, of course, was central to the imperial project. It was widespread, flagrant, and profoundly insulting, and it worsened as British power grew. It is instructive to note the initial attitudes of whites in India when they were not yet in a dominant position. William Dalrymple has described well how the rule of the East India Company, in the first 2 centuries from 1600 to 1800, was characterized by a remarkable level of interaction between the colonized and the colonizer. This included not just business ties and political and financial relations, but friendships, love affairs, and, quite frequently, marriage. During the 18th century, Dalrymple writes, it was almost as common for Westerners to take on the customs and even the religions of India as the reverse. Contrary to stereotype, a surprising number of company men responded to India by slowly shedding their Britishness like an unwanted skin, and adopting Indian dress and taking on the ways of the Mughal governing class they came to replace. Salman Rushdie has called this chutnification. Dalrymple dubs the practitioners of this approach white Mughals. Between 1580 and 1583, Dalrymple says, the wills of company officials show that 1 in 3 were leaving everything to Indian wives, often accompanied by moving declarations of love asking their close friends to care for their well-beloved Indian partners, or as one put it, the excellent and respectable mother of my 2 children for whom I feel unbounded love and affection and esteem. Family portraits from the period are remarkable for the ease with which 2 races and religions cohabit, with British men dressed in turbans and kurta pajamas, while their Indian wives sit in the European manner on European furniture. One official, the Boston-born Sir David Ochterlony, who every evening used to take all 13 of his Indian consorts around Delhi, each on the back of her elephant, went so far as to build a Mughal garden tomb for himself and his chief wife, where the central dome was topped by a cross and flanked by a forest of minarets. A note from Ochterlony gives a measure of the surprisingly multi-religious tone of this period. Lady Ochterlony, he reported to Calcutta, has applied for leave to make the Hajj to Mecca. The contrast with the latter half of British rule, with the assertion of incontestable British political and military dominance and the arrival of the fishing fleet, as well as the fear and rage that multiplied after the revolt, or mutiny, of 1857, is striking. Sir John Malcolm, later Governor of Bombay, wrote in 1832, "Our Eastern Empire has been acquired, and must be maintained, by the sword." Not only was there no pretense of ruling with the consent of the governed, a passive allegiance, Malcolm added, is all Indians will ever give to their foreign masters, there was, in essence, almost complete apartheid, a profound belief in racial differences, and little friendship or marriage across strictly policed racial and religious boundaries. This became apparent again as late as 1942 during the disastrous British retreat from Malaya, Singapore, and Burma. As Mahatma Gandhi wrote in his newspaper column in August 1942, hundreds, if not thousands, on their way from Burma perished without food or drink, and the wretched discrimination stared even these miserable people in the face. One route for whites, another for blacks. Provision of food and shelter for the whites, none for the blacks. India is being ground down into the dust and humiliated even before the Japanese advent. Bitterness at racial discrimination even in defeat played no small part in Gandhi's decision to launch the Quit India movement that month, calling for Britain's departure from India. Much of imperial literature portrayed the British Empire as a family, the Queen as the benign mother figure presiding like a humorless matriarch over her far-flung progeny, the Indians as simple children in need of strict discipline, and the imperial space itself as a sort of elaborate Victorian drawing room in which civilized manners could be imparted to the unruly heathen brood. This very metaphor pops up in the quarrel between Ronnie and Mrs. Moore in E. M. Forster's A Passage to India, when Ronnie argues that India isn't a drawing room, while his mother sees the domestic virtues of courtesy and kindness as leading the British Empire into becoming a different institution. The inversion of values so essential to the imperial project is evident in a story like Rudyard Kipling's Naboth, the tale of an Indian hawker or street vendor who takes advantage of a colonial Englishman's kindness to gradually appropriate more and more of the latter's land and build himself a hut there. In the end, of course, the Englishman throws out the Indian, from what is, after all, Indian soil. And the story ends with the lone narrator's triumphalism over the ungrateful Indian. Naboth is gone now, and his hut is plowed into its native mud with sweetmeats instead of salt for a sign that the place is accursed. I have built a summer house to overlook the end of the garden, and it is as a fort on my frontier where I guard my empire. Though he turned down several invitations to become Britain's poet laureate, Rudyard Kipling, 1863 to 1936, was for much of his adult life the unofficial poet laureate of empire. His roots as the quintessential writer of imperialism ran deep. Kipling, the cub reporter for 7 years with newspapers in Lahore and Lucknow, was 18 when Lord Ripon unsuccessfully attempted to allow Indian judges to try Europeans, and the controversy, in which he, of course, sympathized with his racist fellow settlers, shaped his attitude to the need for dominion over lesser breeds without the law. Kipling wrote articles designed to show the inability of Indians to govern themselves, prefiguring Kipling the later imperial prophet declaiming thunderous anapests about the white man's burden. In both incarnations, Kipling the arch-imperialist, in the admission of a sympathetic biographer, wrote of Indians, sometimes with a rare understanding, sometimes with crusty, stereotyped contempt. What matters in Kipling's work is not Indians, not even the physical and social details of India that he knowingly throws into his narratives, but the vastness and passion animating his vision and rendering of empire itself. Scholars have come to see Kipling's writings as part of the defining discourse of colonialism, which both reinscribe cultural hegemony and the cultural schizophrenia that constructed the division between the Englishman as demigod, and as human failure, as colonizer and semi-native. The British saw themselves as a civilizing force, a brave island fortress of the storm-vexed sea, in the line of the poet Sir Lewis Morris, written on the occasion of Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee. Macaulay, for all his sins, was more alive to the contradictions of the imperial mission. Be the father and the oppressor of the people, he wrote, be just and unjust, moderate and rapacious. Not every Englishman in India can be accused of having any great notions of serving such warped ideas of empire. Many, like the teacher Cyril Fielding in Forster's A Passage to India, saw themselves as merely being in India because they needed the job, petty men in the service of a great cause they did not personally think about, a cause they saw propagated in the form of Bibles, bayonets, and brandy. The British aristocracy, of course, saw themselves as transcending every possible distinction held by Indians of whatever lineage. The Aga Khan, the College of Heralds in London once noted, is held by his followers to be a direct descendant of God. English dukes take precedence. Rudyard Kipling was emblematic of a late 19th century paradox. Imperialists saw their mission not only in terms of the lands they subjugated and ruled, but as part of a vital task of stiffening the backbone of an increasingly soft metropole. The wild frontier was a place for the hardy Englishman to test his mettle, demonstrate his toughness, and celebrate the virtues of manliness, fidelity to a band of brothers, and loyalty to queen and country. Kim begins with the English protagonist atop the Zamzama cannon that symbolized authority and control over the Punjab, having knocked Hindus and Muslims off the gun before him. Who hold Zamzama, that fire-breathing dragon, hold the Punjab, for the great green bronze piece is always first of the conqueror's loot. There was some justification for Kim, since the English held Punjab and Kim was English. According to this line of thinking, the imperial enterprise required men of courage, capable of violence, prepared for action and ready at all times to prevail against the unwashed hordes, qualities reaffirmed in the works of Kipling, such as Stocky and Company, where British schoolboys triumph through savagery, and other masculinist writers of empire. This literary reaffirmation is all the more ironic since it celebrates qualities that are proudly deployed in pursuit of a civilizing mission. The empire's heroes were, in other words, men who used barbarity to pacify the supposedly barbarous. As Lieutenant Herbert Edwards wrote in 1846 of his mission in India, there is something noble in putting the hand of civilization upon the mane of a nation like the Punjab, and looking down brute passions. It is striking that the Punjab in this metaphor is like an untamed beast on whose mane The civilizing British hand must be firmly placed. Lord Curzon told an audience at Oxford University in 1905 that it was on the uncivilized outskirts of empire that were found the ennobling and invigorating stimulus for our youth, saving them alike from the corroding ease and the morbid excitements of Western civilization. Impelled by such ideas, imperialists during the second half of the 19th century developed and expressed a strong preference for the noble savage, the primitive, wild, martial but manly tribesman and his ilk, over the educated wog, the effete, culturally hybrid westernized Oriental gentleman later to be derided as Makalaputras. In Kipling's racially repugnant Kim, the latter is typified in the character of Hari Chunder Mukherjee, the Babu, ethnographer in the employ of the British authorities, who, with his mangled English and forlorn hopes of being elected to the British Royal Society, is mocked for aspiring to be that which he never can be, a member of the colonizing class rather than merely one of its subjects. Even E. M. Forster, the English novelist whose A Passage to India received the most uncritical reception from Indian nationalists in his time, the India League chief, Krishna Menon, even arranged its publication by Alan Lane, echoed the idea of empire, most notably in his depiction of the impossibility of friendship between an Englishman and an Indian in the famous closing lines of his novel, "Why can't we be friends now?" said the other, holding him affectionately. "It's what I want. It's what you want." But the horses didn't want it, they swerved apart, the earth didn't want it, sending up rocks through which riders must pass single file, the temple, the tank, the jail, the palace, the birds, the carrion, the guest house, that came into view as they emerged from the gap and saw Mao beneath. They didn't want it. They said in their 100 voices, "No, not yet," and the sky said, "No, not there." Forster's Indian protagonist, a middle-class doctor with a traditional Muslim family, was not the social or intellectual equal of his Englishman, Fielding, and perhaps true friendship between them would have been impossible even in a non-imperial India. But Forster, whose book omits all mention of the Indian nationalist movement, and who caricatures his only major Hindu character, seemingly cannot conceive of either the kind of Indian, like Surendra Nath Banerjee, who had one entry into the ICS, or the kind, like Jawaharlal Nehru, whose critiques of empire were challenging the foundations of the Raj. It is a stultifying limited vision, which never arises above the mystery and the muddle that this well-intentioned Englishman saw India as. "Only connect," says the memorable epigraph in Forster's Howard's End, "as an Indian reader, one can only wish that he, and the British in India, had British governance, the Swadeshi movement and the advent of Mahatma Gandhi." Britain's motives may have been entirely selfish, as I demonstrate in Chapter 1, but on the positive side, its imperialism brought in law and order amid what looked perilously like anarchy, settled the perennial conflicts amongst warring groups and principalities, and permitted a less violent form of political competition than might otherwise have occurred in India. Imperialism, Robert Kaplan suggests, confers a loose and accepted form of sovereignty, occupying a middle ground between anarchy and full state control. Accepted is a contestable term, of course, but acquiescence is also a form of acceptance, and many Indians, in the end, accepted British sovereignty, if only because they had no choice. The Government of India Act, 1838, transformed the post of Governor-General, soon redesignated as the Viceroy, who would be directly responsible for the administration of India, along with provincial governors. The governors-general or viceroys were provided with councils, in which members were nominated. In 1861, new legislation allowed Indians to be added by nomination to the legislative councils of the Governor-General, and the provincial governors. Indians had to wait till the Indian Councils Act of 1892, which amended the Act of 1861, and the subsequent Minto-Morley reforms of 1909, both well after the 1883 founding of the Indian National Congress by Allan Octavian Hume and William Wedderburn, together with a number of prominent Anglophone Indians, to benefit from the increased participation of Indians in the councils both at the center and the provinces. However, the Acts of 1892 and 1909 were at best cosmetic alterations to the established system and marginally affected how these Indian councils were constituted and functioned. They increased the council membership through indirect election, in other words, selection by the British, but in reality, these councils had no powers worth the name. They had the right to raise issues in the councils but not to make any decisions. They could express the voice of the Indian public, or at least its elite, English-educated sections, but had no authority to pass laws or budgets. That power still lay with the Governor-General, who could reject any resolutions passed by the Council or impose upon the Council the need to discuss and pass a resolution, if he deemed it necessary for India. The Secretary of State for India, who gave his name to the 1909 reforms, John Morley, had even opposed increasing the membership of Indians in the Indian councils and argued that, in his view, the British government of India was run with all the consent and representation of the Indian people it needed. If this chapter of reform led directly or necessarily to the establishment of a parliamentary system in India, I for one will have nothing at all to do with it, he declared. Indeed, such a thought could not have been farther from the minds of the reformers. Every reform that the British government brought into India's governance, up to the Government of India Act of 1935, protected the absolute authority of the Governor-General and the Parliament of Britain. The Indian councils at the centre and provincial levels were always bodies with no real authority on any significant matter, and budgets, defence, and law and order remained firmly in British hands. The objective was a gradual increase in representative government, not the establishment of full-fledged democracy. In the book Recovering Liberties, the late Professor C.A. Bailey made an impressive case for the argument that Britain helped liberalism take root in India by institutionalizing it through schools and colleges, newspapers, and colonial law courts, and thereby converted an entire generation of Indians to a way of thinking about their own future that led to today's Indian democracy. The problem is that this liberalism was practiced within severe limits. The Indian National Congress was established in 1883 as a voice of moderate, constitutionalist Indian opinion by a Scotsman, Allan Octavian Hume, and a group of well-educated, establishmentarian Indians. Far from welcoming such a development, as a truly liberal regime seeking to instill democracy in its charges ought to have done, the British reacted to it with varying degrees of hostility and contempt. The English journalist Henry Neville's Son wrote in 1908, "For 22 years, the Congress, was a model of order and constitutional propriety. It passed excellent resolutions, it demanded the redress of acknowledged grievances, in trustful loyalty it arranged deputations to the representatives of the Crown. By the Anglo-Indians, the British in India, its constitutional propriety was called cowardice, its resolutions remained unnoticed, its grievances unredressed, and the representative of the Crown refused to receive its deputation. Indians realized that it was useless addressing pious resolutions to the official wastepaper basket. The British used the term Anglo-Indian to refer to British people living and working in India, and Eurasian to refer to those of mixed parentage, usually the children of lower-ranking Europeans, and Other ranks who could not afford to snare one of the women from the fishing fleet, and ended up cohabiting with, and in a few cases marrying, Indian women. Today, the descendants of these Eurasians are known as Anglo-Indians, a term that causes confusion to readers of colonial documents, where the term only refers to the English in India. It was this attitude, more than anything else, that was to transform the Indian nationalist movement into becoming more militant. British attempts to suppress political activities that merely involved the exercise of free speech showed up the insincerity, or at least the poverty, of any claims of liberalism. For instance, Nevin's son, who attended an Indian political meeting on the beach in Madras at the dawn of the century, recorded his impressions. The chairman summarized the history of the last year of suspicion, repression, deportation, imprisonment, flogging of boys and students for political causes, and the Seditious Meetings Act. It was all done without passion or exaggeration, and he ended with a simple resolution calling on the government to repeal the deportation statute as contrary to the rights which England had secured for herself under the habeas corpus. Four speakers supported the resolution, and all spoke with the same quiet reasonableness, so different from our conception of the Oriental mind. Only Anglo-Indians, i.e. the English in India, could have called the speeches seditious. To a common type of Anglo-Indian mind, any criticism of the government, any claim to further freedom, is sedition. But though this was avowedly a meeting of extremists, the claim in the speeches was for the simple human rights that other peoples enjoy the right to a voice in their own affairs, and in the spending of their own money. Since such approaches never worked, the national movement soon began to take a different approach, that of mass political agitation against Curzon's 1905 partition of Bengal, in order to make an effective impact upon the British. Outraged Bengali youths campaigned in towns and villages for the people to show their opposition to the colonial division of their homeland, preaching Swadeshi, reliance on Indian-made goods, and urging a boycott of British goods. Shops that continued the sale of foreign goods were surrounded by youths who implored customers, often by prostrating themselves in supplication before prospective purchasers, never by intimidation, for the sake of their country, to depart without purchasing. This form of picketing was never violent, but it was not what the British were used to. As British merchants in Bengal complained of a dramatic downturn in their sales and the conversion of regular profits into unaccustomed losses, the agitation triumphed. The British reversed the partition. It was with complete awareness of the success of this short-lived burst of mass politics that a thin, bespectacled lawyer wearing coarse homespun, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, returned to India in 1913 from a long sojourn in South Africa. There, his experiments with truth and his morally charged leadership of the Indian diaspora had earned him the sobriquet of Mahatma, Great Soul. Starting off as a not particularly gifted lawyer engaged by an Indian in South Africa to plead a routine case, Gandhi had developed into a formidable figure. Appalled by the racial discrimination to which his countrymen were subject in South Africa, Gandhi had embarked upon a series of legal and political actions designed to protest and overturn the iniquities the British and the Boers imposed upon Indians. After his attempts to petition the authorities for justice, and to curry favor with them by organizing a volunteer ambulance brigade of Indians, had proved ineffective, Gandhi developed a unique method of resistance through civil disobedience. Gandhi's talent for organization, he founded the Natal Indian Congress, was matched by an equally rigorous penchant for self-examination and philosophical inquiry. Instead of embracing the bourgeois comforts that his status in the Indian community of South Africa might have entitled him to, Gandhi retreated to a communal farm he established outside Durban, read Henry David Thoreau, and corresponded with the likes of John Ruskin and Leo Tolstoy, all the while seeking to arrive at an understanding of truth, in both personal life and public affairs. The journey from petition politics to satyagraha, holding on to truth or, more commonly, if not entirely accurately, nonviolent resistance, was neither short nor easy, but having made it and then returned to his native land, the Mahatma brought to the incipient nationalist movement of India an extraordinary reputation as both saint and strategist. His singular insight was that self-government would never be achieved by the resolutions passed by a self-regarding and unelected elite pursuing the politics of the drawing room. To him, self-government had to involve the empowerment of the masses, the toiling multitudes of India in whose name the upper classes were clamoring for home rule. This position did not go over well with India's political class, which consisted in those days largely of aristocrats and lawyers, men of means who discoursed in English and demanded the rights of Englishmen. Nor did Gandhi's insistence that the masses be mobilized not by the methods of princes and potentates, his phrase, but by moral values derived from ancient tradition and embodied in Swadeshi and Satyagraha. To put his principles into practice, the Mahatma lived a simple life of near-absolute poverty in an ashram and traveled across the land in third-class railway compartments, campaigning against untouchability, poor sanitation, and child marriage, and preaching an eclectic set of virtues from sexual abstinence to the weaving of khadi, homespun cloth, and the beneficial effects of frequent enemas. That he was an eccentric seemed beyond doubt. That he had touched a chord amongst the masses was equally apparent. That he was a potent political force soon became clear. Gandhi's ascent, enabled by the Raja's failure to live up to the principles and values it professed, proved a repudiation of British liberalism, and not, as Bailey suggests, its vindication. Even in the 20th century, when the British moved grudgingly and fitfully towards what Secretary of State for India Lord Montagu had termed responsible self-government, there were no serious intentions to develop credible political institutions in India. There had been widespread expectations that, in response to India's, and specifically Mahatma Gandhi's, support for Britain in World War I, not to mention the sacrifices of Indian troops, India would, at the end of the conflict, be granted dominion status, connoting autonomous self-government within the empire, as enjoyed by Australia, Canada, and the rest of the White Commonwealth. In 1915, Lord Montagu had placed before the British cabinet a proposed declaration pledging the gradual development of free institutions in India with a view to ultimate self-government. The former Viceroy and later Foreign Secretary, Lord Curzon, thought this went too far and suggested an alternative phrasing straight out of Sir Humphrey Appleby in Yes, Minister, that the government would work towards increasing association of Indians in every branch of the administration and the gradual development of self-governing institutions, with a view to the progressive realization of responsible government in India as an integral part of the British Empire. The cabinet approved this convoluted and insincere formula in place of Montagu's original wording, and promptly reneged on the intent it had signaled. Self-government under the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms ushered in to fulfill this declaration turned out to involve a system where Indians would serve as window dressing for British imperial power. Representatives, elected by a franchise so restricted and selective that only 1 in 230 Indians had the right to vote, would exercise control over harmless subjects the British did not care about, like education and health, while real power, including taxation, law and order, and the authority to nullify any vote by the Indian legislators, would rest with the British governor of the provinces. The governor, and at the center, the viceroy, retained the right to reject any vote of the elected legislators and enact any laws the elected representatives refused to pass. Far from leading to the progressive realization of responsible government in India, this was regressive indeed, and it was unanimously rejected by Indian public opinion and by the Mahatma, who felt a deep sense of personal betrayal. The non-cooperation movement ensued, and though it was suspended by Gandhi after a shocking incident of violence by Indian nationalists, the turn away from compromise with British colonialism had become irreversible. By 1930, the Indian National Congress had decided to go beyond its modest goals of 1918. It issued a Declaration of Independence on January 26, 1930. The British government in India has not only deprived the Indian people of their freedom, but has based itself on the exploitation of the masses and has ruined India economically, politically, culturally, and spiritually. Therefore, India must sever the British connection and attain Purna Swaraj or complete independence. The Great War and the Great Betrayal. The background to this sense of betrayal is important to understand. 8 years before Gandhi's return to India, and well before the war, Henry Neville's son had already spelled out in 1908 the reasons why Indians were dissatisfied with the Raj. Unrest in India was occasioned by the contemptuous disregard of Indian feeling in the partition of Bengal and Lord Curzon's university speech upon Indian mendacity, the exclusion of fully qualified Indians from public positions, in contradiction to Queen Victoria's proclamation of 1838, several notorious cases of injustice in the law courts, where English criminals were involved, numerous instances of petty persecution for political opinions, the well-known measures for the suppression of personal liberty and freedom of speech, the espionage of police and postal officials, and the increasing insolence of the vulgar among Anglo-Indians, as shown in ordinary behavior and in the newspapers which represent their views. To this was added the extraordinary Indian support for the war effort and its humiliating British recompense. As many as 54,185 Indian soldiers died during World War I and a far higher number were wounded. Their stories, and their heroism, were largely omitted from British popular histories of the war or relegated to the footnotes. India contributed a number of divisions and brigades to the European, Mediterranean, Mesopotamian, North African, and East African theaters of war. In men, animals, rations, supplies, and money given to Britain, its assistance exceeded that of any other nation. In historical texts, it often appears formally that the government of India offered such help to the British and that His Majesty's government graciously accepted the offer to pay unfairly large amounts of money, including a lump sum of £100 million as a special contribution to HMG's expenses toward a European war. This elides the fact, of course, that the government of India consisted of Englishmen accountable to His Majesty's government in Britain. The number of soldiers and support staff sent on overseas service from India during World War I was huge. Among them 388,515 went to Mesopotamia, 116,139 to Egypt, 131,496 to France, 46,936 to East Africa, 4,428 to Gallipoli, 4,938 to Salonika, 20,243 to Aden, and 29,435 to the Persian Gulf. Of these Indians, 29,562 were killed, 39,296 were wounded, 3,289 went missing, presumed dead, and 3,289 were taken prisoner. Of the total of 1,213,318 soldiers sent abroad, there were 101,439 casualties. The British raised men and money from India, as well as large supplies of food, cash, and ammunition, collected both by British taxation of Indians and from the nominally autonomous princely states. In addition, £3.3 million was paid by India as the war gratuities of British officers and men of the normal garrisons of India. A further sum of £13.1 million was paid from Indian revenues toward the war effort. It was estimated at the time that the value of India's contribution in cash and kind amounted to £146.2 million, worth some £30 billion in today's money. Some estimates place the value of India's contribution much higher. In Europe, Indian soldiers were among the first victims who suffered the horrors of the trenches. They were killed in droves before the war was into its second year and bore the brunt of many a German offensive. Indian infantrymen stopped the German advance at Ypres in the autumn of 1914, soon after the war broke out, while the British were still recruiting and training their own forces. Hundreds were killed in a gallant but futile engagement at Neuve-Chapelle. More than 1,000 of them died at Gallipoli, thanks to Churchill's folly in ordering an ill-conceived and badly planned assault reminiscent of the charge of the Light Brigade in the Crimean War. Nearly 500,000 Indian sepoys fought in Mesopotamia against the Ottoman Empire, Germany's ally, many of them Indian Muslims taking up arms against their co-religionists in defense of the British Empire. Letters sent by Indian soldiers in France and Belgium to their family members in their home villages speak an evocative language of cultural dislocation and tragedy. "The shells are pouring like rain in the monsoon," declared one. "The corpses cover the country like sheaves of harvested corn," wrote another. These men were undoubtedly heroes, pitchforked into battle in unfamiliar lands. In harsh and cold climatic conditions they were neither used to nor prepared for, fighting an enemy of whom they had no knowledge, risking their lives every day for little more than pride. Yet they were destined to remain largely unknown once the war was over, neglected by the British, for whom they fought, and ignored by their own country, from which they came. Part of the reason is that they were not fighting for India. None of the soldiers was a conscript, soldiering was their profession. They served the very British Empire that was oppressing their own people back home. In return for India's extraordinary support, the British had insincerely promised to deliver progressive self-rule to India at the end of the war. Perhaps, had they kept that pledge, the sacrifices of India's World War I soldiers might have been seen in their homeland as a contribution to India's freedom. But the British broke their word. As we have seen, Mahatma Gandhi, who had returned to his homeland for good from South Africa in January 1913, supported the war, as he had supported the British in the Boer War. He hoped, he wrote, that India, by this very act, would become the most favorite partner of the British, and racial distinctions would become a thing of the past. Sir Rabindranath Tagore was somewhat more sardonic about nationalism. "We, the famished, ragged ragamuffins of the East, are to win freedom for all humanity," he wrote, during the war. "We have no word for nation in our language." India was racked by high taxation to support the war and the high inflation accompanying it, while the disruption of trade caused by the conflict led to widespread economic losses. All this while the country was also reeling from a raging influenza epidemic that took millions of lives. But nationalists widely understood from Montagu's 1915 declaration that at the end of the war India would receive the dominion status hitherto reserved for the White Commonwealth. It was not to be. When the war ended in triumph for Britain, India was denied its promised reward. Instead of self-government, the British offered the fraudulent Montagu Chelmsford reforms in 1918 that left all power in British hands and attempted to fob off the Indians with minimal authority over inconsequential issues. If Indians were disappointed, so were Britons with a sense of fair play. British MP Dr. Vickerman Rutherford declared, "Never in the history of the world was such a hoax perpetrated upon a great people as England perpetrated upon India, when in return for India's invaluable service during the war, we gave to the Indian nation such a discreditable, disgraceful, undemocratic, tyrannical constitution." Instead of offering more democracy, Britain went farther in the opposite direction. It passed the Repressive Rowlatt Act in 1919, reimposing upon India all the wartime restrictions on freedom of speech and assembly that had been lifted with the armistice. The act vested the Viceroy's government with extraordinary powers to quell sedition against the empire by silencing and censoring the press, detaining political activists without trial, and arresting without a warrant any individuals suspected of treason against the empire. The act granted the authorities the power to arrest Indians on mere suspicion and to try them in secrecy without a right to counsel, or a right of appeal. It was a return to the practices of the Spanish Inquisition, animated by the presumption of guilt, and with no rights for the accused against a people who thought they had just earned the right to control their own political destiny. Public protests against this draconian legislation were quelled ruthlessly. The worst incident was the Jallianwala Bagh massacre of hundreds of unarmed innocents in April 1919, which is discussed more fully in chapters 3 and 4. The fact that Brigadier General Reginald Dyer, who showed exceptional brutality and racism in Amritsar, was hailed as a hero by the British, who raised a handsome purse to reward him for his deed, marked the final rupture between British imperialism and its Indian subjects. Sir Rabindranath Tagore returned his knighthood to the British in protest against the helplessness of our position as British subjects in India. Tagore's early ambivalence about the costs and benefits of British rule was replaced after Amritsar by what he termed a graceless disillusionment at the misfortune of being governed by a foreign race. He did not want a badge of honor in the incongruous context of humiliation. With British betrayal providing such a sour ending to the narrative of a war in which India had given its all and been spurned in return, Indian nationalists felt that self-governance could never be obtained by legal means from perfidious Albion, but would have to be wrested from the unwilling grasp of the British through a struggle for freedom.